Testing. Find me if this works.
Hello. Hey guys, so I am Akash Sharma. Welcome back to your training. Unfortunately, we were not able to continue the training yesterday because we were not having the lab access. But after having a discussion, a whole day long discussion with the team, we have the lab access now. So we'll be continuing the training once everyone joins in. Thank you for your patience. Well, all of you will be provided your lab access very soon. All right. So don't you worry about that. You'll be receiving emails with your lab credentials and the method on how you can log in. So you can please wait for that. Till then, we will continue with the session with the practicals and all the necessary information that we need for all the modules. Since we have the lab, we'll now be able to enjoy the practicals even more. So please wait till we start the session. Okay, so let's begin. So, an introduction to lab is very simple. The usage is very simple. You will get the hold of it very easily. I'll explain you how it is. So, if you will see here on the top, there are three tabs: the instructions, the resource, and help. So, instructions is the description on how you're supposed to use the lab, and resource is where you will get more details for the configuration of the system, and help is where you can see more additional support material. If you will be when you will log into your lab, this is how you will see it. Like all the modules have all the labs, you're having all the tools that I've already taught you, having all the listing for everything. If you will see, everything is here, all the topics are mentioned, all the practicals are mentioned in this lab itself. So you can practice them. The validity for this lab is of 6 months. So you can use this lab for 6 months as for your practice purposes, right? So when you click on launch, it will start a new tab like this one, which will be having the actual lab access for you, just like the way I'm having it right now. You can also read the instructions. It will guide you on what you are supposed to do in this lab, how this particular project is going to work. The one which you're working with is for system hacking. Okay, so let's begin with it. The objective of this lab are these. First is bypassing access control to gain access to systems, such as password cracking and vulnerability exploitation. Next will be acquiring the rights to another user or admin, which is privilege escalation. I told you about this maybe in the Linux fundamentals. Then is creating and maintaining remote access to the system, hiding malicious activities and data theft, like creating rootkits, and hiding evidence of compromise, which is clearing the logs. So this is what we're going to learn in this particular lab module. When I click on resources, we can see here we are given the credentials for all the machines. We have various resources. You can see this is like a similar lab that you have in your virtual machine in the VMware. We have Windows 11 installation, Windows Server 2022, Server 29, Parrot OS, Ubuntu, and Android. So we have all these lab machines already hosted on a cloud network, which we are going to use, by the way. They also have the credentials associated with them. Like for Windows 11, we have it here, admin and password. Similarly for Windows 22, so on and so forth. You can switch between these windows, and the panel on the right will basically start these machines simultaneously. So the access is pretty simple and pretty easy. So this is the password right here for my Windows machine. So I'm going to put it now. PA dollar W0RD. That's it. You can see that's the same password. Enter. Welcome. Okay. There we go. We have our machine up and running. This is for Windows 11, by the way. So there are certain tasks here which we have given with a complete description. Task 1 is to gain access to the system. 2 is to escalate privilege. 3 is to make a remote access, so on and so forth. If I click on this next tab here, it will take me to that particular task description. I'll click on it. Now we are going to work with lab 1, which is to gain access to the system. Now, if you take a look at this paragraph, password cracking is a process of recovering passwords from the data transmitted by a computer or stored inside it. Either system A is trying to send some data to a server, right? And this data might have the credentials like the username and password. Either this would be a method of interception where we can check what is the username and password, or there are possibilities where the username and password are stored inside the system itself. It may help a user recover a forgotten or lost password to act as a preventive measure, but hackers can utilize this preventive measure to compromise their credentials. Password cracking is one of the most crucial stages of system hacking. Hacking often begins with password cracking attempts only. This is the most preliminary attempt that a hacker will ever make on your system, that is to crack a password. The password is the key piece of information, we already know that. So one of the most common technique that is used is dictionary or brute force method. I've already told you what brute force looks like in previous examples. Okay, anytime you feel like you want to ask something or you have a question, you can simply raise a question in the chat box, or you can unmute yourself as well. You have the permission for the same. So talking about task one, perform active online attack to crack system's password using something called a responder. Now, here they have given a complete guide on how to use it. So in this task, we will use the Ubuntu machine as a host machine and Windows 11 as the target. So Ubuntu is going to be the attacker, Windows is going to be the target. So it's a attacker victim kind of simulation here. So I will switch to my Ubuntu, click on resource, click on Ubuntu. There we have it. You'll be having the exact same interface, so you can follow up on these videos later as well, not a problem. There we go. Ubuntu is up. So the password is tour, as we can see. So let's log in. Okay. Why is it not taking in the password? Let me try restarting it. Okay, for some reason it's not taking in the input. Let me see. Hmm, it's weird. Okay, fine. It's in now. I don't know what was wrong with it, but it seems to be working now. Maybe some late input. It's okay. Okay, so next what we are supposed to do is once we have logged into Ubuntu, we have also active user JSON in our Windows 11, which is going to be our victim, our target. It's already active, so I don't need to really turn it on. In the terminal, type cd responder, which is there a tool already. So they have like given a complete step-by-step guide on how you have to proceed. So let's open the terminal here in Ubuntu. This is the terminal icon. Here I will do ls. Oops. So you can see here we have a thing called responder right here. So I'm going to do cd responder. Okay. In responder, there is a script that we have to run, I probably believe, which is in this step. We have to do the chmod for responder.py. Let's change and modify command. We remember it, right? Ubuntu is actually having difficulty taking inputs. It's real messy. That's okay. We can figure it out. Okay. Chmod. Okay. Next, we have a command sudo python2 responder.py hyphen I eth0. Now, if you'll see here, responder is a tool that is going to basically check for the communication establishment between the two devices, which is 11 and Ubuntu. Responder is a tool that is pre-installed in Ubuntu, this one. Give me a break here. Please give me a second here, guys. I need to check what's wrong with this thing. It slipped my mind and my mic must be muted. Okay, now I'm audible. I can get it. All right. Okay, so I is the interface on which the communication will be taking place. Here, in this case, the interface is going to be Ethernet. However, network interface might be different in your machine. It can depend if you're connected to a Wi-Fi or some other form of connectivity. In this case, it's Ethernet connection. So we're going to continue with that. Press enter. Password for Ubuntu is tour. I put that in, and it started listening to some events. Now, when I go back to Windows 11, right, which is my victim machine, we can switch it all from here directly. Here I am. It asked me to open run and find here a particular folder destination, which is //ceh-tools. Now, when you leave Windows 7 and click to Ubuntu back again, you will see Responder would have caught some information that happened in our Windows machine. We will just see here. Nothing. I've done something. Oh, my bad. I did ran the command in my real in my original computer. That's why. Okay, happens. Okay, once it's done, switch back to your Ubuntu, your attacker's machine. See what's happening there. See, it did actually capture some commands, some data that was flowing through your internet, and you can see there was an access to a particular folder. We can see that right here. So responder starts capturing access logs of Windows 11 machine. It collects the hashes of the logged in user of the target machine as shown in the screenshot. So when you executed this command, you basically started running a kind of a portal in your network, which was actually accepting all kind of responses that were coming back and to other machines. And this tool can actually monitor your whole network for this. And because the connection is in Ethernet, so whatever machine is on the Ethernet, it can capture whatever's happening on that machine as well. So you can see with this tool, we were able to capture some of the traffic that was going on. And it can also collect the hashes of the logged in users for the target machine. Here we can see some hash was also captured. Well, let me just make it full screen. There you go. There is a NTLM hash. By default, Responder stores these logs into the logs itself. You can see the same location in the text file. So if you will locate into that particular location here in the files, in home, responder, logs. Oh, there is the folder. There you go. SMB NTLM SSP log. So when I click and open that, you can see I have my hash right here. Now, we are going to make an attempt to crack these hashes. Now, this hash is basically the credential for that particular Windows user, because we actually intercepted the whole network for any kind of access logs that were taking place in different machines. When that machine made an attempt to access a particular location in the network, it actually captured some credentials. So we are going to use this thing called John the Ripper. It's a utility in Linux. It's the same process to install it in Kali Linux as well. It's just that you have to use a different tool for the command for this, but rest everything is same. Here you have to type in Ubuntu, you have to type sudo snap install John the Ripper. In Kali Linux, we have the installation utility, which is the apt utility, the aptitude command. And in Ubuntu, we have snap, which helps us install different packages. John the Ripper is a tool that is used for cracking purposes. We'll see the demonstration right now. We just have to give it some hash and it will crack it automatically for us. Okay, it's done. Now you have to use John. So I'll type sudo John, and then I'll give the location of that particular hash that I want to, crack. So the location is /home Ubuntu because that's the user. Responder is the folder name. Logs, and the file name was SMB, right? And once we have given the hash file, we can press enter, and John will do its work. You see here, it was really fast actually, which is good because the password was really easy to, crack open as well. So here is the cracked password. User is admin, password is password. There you go. You have the cracked password right here. So if somebody is running responder in your network, and if there is any kind of access log that is being made as an attempt in your network, they can collect your hashes and they can crack it with John the Ripper. That's easy to crack a password. This is how easy it is to crack a password. Now, this concludes a demonstration of performing an active online attack to crack passwords using Responder. Responder is to capture access log. John is to crack the password. Now, we'll talk about audit system passwords using LoftCrack. This is another tool for password auditing as well. It is also used to recover some of the lost passwords. We'll see how that works. We have to switch to Windows 11 for this one. Here we have the tool LoftCrack already installed, so we just have to look for it. L0PH 0P. There it is. LoftCrack. I will also share all these tools in a separate, like a drive file or something like that. So you will have these tools for your systems also. So don't worry about it. These are all like available tools. Like these are not like premium tools. These are all open source available. So you will have them. Next, in LoftCrack window, we have to click on Password Auditing Wizard on the very first one. Click on that. The LC7 password auditing window appears, which is here. Just click on Next and select the target which you want to work with. Is it a Windows or is it a Unix like? Our target is Windows, so of course we're going to click Next. Now here in the Windows import wizard, select a remote machine radio button because of course it's not a local machine. We are trying to hack into a remote machine that is in our network. So click on that and click Next. Oh, hold on. Yeah, click Next. Now here, Windows import from remote machine. Choose the machine to which you want to connect. You can use a Windows network path, host name, or even IP address. So IP address works. This is the IP address of a server that we have in our network, which is Windows Server 2022. This is a server that we are going to test right now, and the IP address is 10.10.1.22. I'm going to put it right here. Specific user credentials need to be added, wherein the username and password can be added here. Administrator. Password is PA $W0RD. Okay, hey, they have already provided that this server belongs to ceh.com, so we can provide like this can be your target domain basically, which if it's a Windows server, then you have to give it that. Otherwise, you can provide whatever domain it have. Now you just click on next. In the choose audit type, you have to select the thorough password audit. This method checks for passwords that you could find in a dictionary with extensive permutation. This is followed by a 6-hour long brute force attack using a large ASCII character set. Let's see how long does it take. This dictionary have total 78,000 words. No length limit, 24-hour maximum. So this does take actually this long. In real case scenarios, when we are making these tests in like in live networks, it happens that sometimes we have to often wait for like 8 to 12 hours, depending on what kind of like password is being used and how critical the server is. So yeah, this can take time, but of course it will not take time in our case. Click next. Here it asks like if you want to save it some way, then yes, of course we want to save it in maybe CSV format. Let's just go with that. We can select where we want to save it. I want to save it on the desktop in the name of LOPHT-test and click save. Once done, just click next. In the reporting options, you can, in the job scheduling, you can define how you want to do it. I want to run this job immediately. So go for it. And click finish once you're done. It will start the job for you. Fail to connect to the target machine. I think it is not active right now. Let me just turn it on. There you go. Okay, fair enough. Switching back to Windows 11. I think I might have put some wrong information in there. Let me just try it again. Password auditing, next, next. Look, remote machine, of course. Oh, you see that I put this symbol here. That's why it wasn't taking in their correct input. Damn it. Okay, now we know where we went wrong. Next, thorough password, next, generate CSV format, browsing it to my desktop, whatever name, doesn't matter. Save it, next, run this job immediately, next, and finish. Kulai! All right, there you go. So you can see here, now we're getting some information. It has started cracking the passwords. You can see here in this log report, cracked passwords will be shown here as of now. Cracked complete in 10 seconds. We got the NTLM password right here. And these are all the usernames on that particular system. So we have Martin, Sheila, Jason, and administrator. For Martin, the password is Apple. Sheila, it's still not cracked. It's still, could be in process. Jason's password is QWERTY, and administrator password is already here. So that's how actually Loftcrack works. If you want to test a particular system for different users, you can actually crack their passwords this easy. Loftcrack just took a couple of minutes, I guess, not that long. So that's how password auditing works for a particular system. After a status bar completes, Loftcrack displays the cracked password of users that are available on the remote machine. There it is. Okay, it didn't crack for Sheila, but maybe if you run it again, it will do it. It's still actually going on, by the way. You can see it's 40% done at the bottom. You can see it here. It's still 40% done. It's not complete, so we gotta wait. It's okay. It will take time. It already said like it can take anywhere between 6 to 24 hours. So we don't know how long it's gonna take. Because it could be because it's taking long because the password might be even more complex, you know. That will also be one of the reasons that why it's taking this much time. You can see also, it also mentions the user ID, the machine IP address, and when was the password last changed. So this is how Loftcrack actually works in a nutshell. There's a lot more functionality to it, but for now, for auditing purpose, this is how you use it. We'll discuss these kind of tools in the upcoming sessions also, so don't worry about that. We're not going to leave it in the midway. You can also, of course, explore it by yourself, use it a couple of times, use different features, see how it works. Now, once we know that how to sniff access logs and crack passwords, also we can do system auditing now with Loftcrack and see like if the passwords are easily crackable. See, this password is not crackable, probably because it is really good and really strong one. And because these passwords are really stupid ones, because like Apple and QWERTY are like really silly passwords. So that's why they were crackable. And this is what we have to check in system auditing, like how many users are actually vulnerable to these kind of attacks, how easily they can be hacked. Well, I'm gonna keep this open in the background, by the way. I'm not gonna close it. Let's see like how long does it take for cracking Sheila. Okay. Hmm. Now the third task is to find vulnerabilities in exploit sites. The exploit sites like ExploitDB, PacketStorm I showed you yesterday contain the details of the latest vulnerabilities of various operating systems, devices, and applications. Here we attempt to find vulnerabilities of the target system using various exploits such as ExploitDB. It is one of the most reliable platform for finding exploits. So we're going to use that. In Windows 11, open any browser and look for ExploitDB. It's going to open this kind of page. We have already shown you this thing, but we're going to look for a specific kind of an exploit. So let's start with that. Here I'm going to open exploit-db.com. There you go. Okay, we have already seen this kind of interface before, right? In the previous sessions, I must have shown you this. Okay, so they have given a demonstration here for a particular type of exploit as well. So in this case, we are going to work with a buffer overflow exploit. I must have told you about this in the previous sessions. What is buffer overflow? We just discussed very brief and very short information about it, but there's a lot more details into it. We'll learn about it later in the theoretical session. For now, you have to look for this particular vulnerability, the Cloud Me Sync 1.11.2 buffer overflow. Put it right here. Cloud Me Sync. File 64. This is the one that we have to look for. The first one. It's a remote exploit for Windows platform, of course. You click on that. There's a detailed information regarding the selected vulnerability, like the CVE ID, who is the author, the type, and further information about it, like when it was published, who owns it, what is the description. You can see it here. There's a whole code being shared. It's a Python code, right? It's Python. You can click the download icon and get the exploit for yourself. So here is the download icon right here. When you click on that, it will download this exploit in your PC in this name 46250.py. That's the exploit. Now we can open this exploit with our editor. We have an editor called Notepad++. Open with, really? Never mind. Show more options. There it is. Edit with Notepad++. This is also like a code editor, just like Visual Studio Code and stuff like that. It's also a good one. Okay, there we have it. You can see. This is the same code as mentioned on the exploit DB page. This exploit code can be further used to exploit vulnerabilities in our target systems. So this way, basically, you can download any exploit. You can modify any exploit by editing it. You can also basically add any exploit to your systems, browse it, and I've only given a demonstration for exploit database, so I think this wasn't necessary, but because it's in the lab, so I've shown it. Task 4 is to exploit client-side vulnerabilities and establish a VNC connection. A VNC is a virtual network computing that enables an attacker to remotely access and control the targeted computers using another computer from anywhere in the world. So this is what's happening here. Take a look. This is an attacker, right? The attacker have a system here. I'll name it H. This is the victim. The attacker is not directly hacking into the victim with its own system, you know. He have another virtual system hosted, hacker machine, and through this hacker machine, he's basically connecting and hacking into the victim system. It's all the attacker who's doing it, but it's from a separate machine in a virtual network. So that's what it means here. The attacker can remotely access and control targeted computer using another computer or mobile device anywhere in the world. At the same time, VNC is also used by network administrators throughout every industry sector for a range of different scenarios. I'm sure you guys must have used it sometime in your experience, probably in your jobs or for whatever purposes. This task demonstrates the exploitation procedure enforced on a weakly patched Windows 11 machine to gain a remote access. So we are going to really hack into the Windows 11 machine using the VNC exploitation, okay? So you're gonna see it with the help of Parrot security. See, I told you there are two alternatives. One of them is Kali and one of them is Parrot. Um, let me tell you why EC Council is using Parrot is because they recently have like a collaboration with Parrot, a promotional collaboration, by the way. So they are kind of like promoting their labs and everything. That's why they're using Parrot, but it's both the same thing, frankly speaking, the same commands, the same set of tools. The only difference is the interface. So you don't really need to mind anything about that. You're using Kali Linux, it is Parrot OS. It's the same thing, but Only the interface is separate. That's it. Don't worry, you're not being distracted by anything new or random or different. Same stuff. So I'll be opening the terminal here, just like we open this in Kali. Same thing. Okay, now I will be switching to a root user. Currently, if I see who am I am a normal user attacker, but I'll be switching to a root user, sudo. Now I am the root. You can see who am I. It says I'm the root. Okay. Once I'm in the root, I'm going to use a tool which is called MS. Sorry, MSF Venom. Okay. Now let me just give you a quick introduction to all this tools and utility. This at a time you should be introduced to a thing called Metasploit framework. So please pay attention here. Let me see if we have that in our module. Must be there in the module. Okay, never mind. I'll explain what is Metasploit here. So the Metasploit framework is going to be one of your really good friends in this journey of cybersecurity and security testing. In short, we call it the MSF because it's short for Metasploit framework. This is a suite of different features. One of them is the console feature. The other feature is the metapreter. The other feature is MSF Venom. We just saw that. In Metasploit framework, there are thousands of exploits and payloads. It's basically a collection of exploits, payloads, and different scripts that can be used for attacking purposes. These three features of Metasploit have a very distinct usage. For example, the MSF console is your attacking platform where you actually perform the attacks. Your metapreter is, I told you about the command and control server or victim communication. It basically establishes a channel between the victim and the target from the attacker and the victim. And MSF Venom is the payload generator. Remember, I told you payload is the actual thing which makes, it actually executes whatever you want to do on the target system. Exploit is what compromises the system, and payload is something that you know executes some functionality that you want to execute. So exploit gives you the entry, and payload actually makes the data. You can consider it that way. In some cases, exploits also make the damage, but then it's called a wholesome exploit. So we don't really need a payload for that. The exploit is enough for this. But in a remote exploitation, which we called the RCE, remote code execution, in that condition, we sometimes do need a payload which can execute our further scripts once the exploit has given us the entry. So once the exploit gives the entry, we need the payload basically to execute the functions. That's how it works. So these three features will be very oftenly used. The MSF console, the Metasploit, and MSF Venom. So here what we are doing is basically we are generating stylus. Okay. So here what we're doing is we are basically generating a payload. You can see with MSF Venom. There is a certain command for that. I'll explain this command to you. Don't you worry about that. The stylus is acting funny, but it's okay. So the command says MSF Venom -P. -P is the switch to define what kind of payload you want to use. So here we are using a payload for our Windows machine to establish a Metasploit connection. As I told you, Metasploit have a variety of different exploits and payloads. So we're using one of them, which is located in this particular location, Windows/Metasploit/reverse TCP. Reverse TCP is the name of the payload that is going to actually open the connection and give us the access to the machine. Now, in the name reverse TCP, it's obvious that it's going to give us a reverse connection. And this will open a gateway on a TCP channel. I told you about TCP protocol. So that protocol is going to be used here for communication. Next, we have to define what platform we are working with exactly. So it's a Windows platform. Then we have to give the architecture as well. Windows have different architectures, remember? Like there's 64-bit, there's 32-bit, and then there's a hybrid 86-bit. If you don't know the difference, let me tell you. 64-bit and 32-bit have applications that work specifically on both of them separately. But if you want a platform where both applications work, it's 86. A 32-bit application will only work in 32, 64-bit will only work in 64, but both of these version applications will work in a 86-bit Windows. So that's the difference. So here we are working in architecture which is 86-bit. So it is x86. Architecture is x86. Then we have to give something, we have to give the format. Windows machines have executables that looks like xyz.exe. .exe is going to be the format, so we put exe here. Then we are giving something on an lhost. I'll tell you what is an lhost. Don't worry. Lhost is the IP of our host machine, of the attacker's machine. I'll tell you why we are giving this, by the way, so don't worry. Just have a little bit of patience. ifconfig to check the IP address 10.1.13. Okay. 10.10.1.13. There we have it. Then we give help port. I'll also tell you what this is. And then we give -o to write an output where we want this payload to be generated. We want to generate in home/attacker desktop as the name of security test.exe. Okay. And press enter. Before I press enter, let me tell you the concept of localhost and local port, lhost and lport. So take a look here. Lhost, lport, rhost, rport. So this is the listening host. This is the listening port. Our host is remote host and the remote port. Here's what's going to happen, and understand this carefully. This is your attacker system. This is your victim system. So now the attacker must have an IP address. Victim also have an IP address, obviously. I'm going to name it IPA and I'm going to name it IPV for victim and attacker. Now, if there is a communication going on, let's say if this is the hacker, right? If there is a communication channel opening up between these two, it's obvious that it is going to be between the IP addresses of the machines, right? But imagine, why would victim automatically accept a connection request from a hacker? Why would he do that? Obviously, he will not do it, right? Victim will never do that by itself. So what we are doing is we are making the victim connect with us. But how? Take a look. The attacker knows that there is some sort of a vulnerability on the victim. Okay. The attacker knows about the vulnerability in the victim. And for that particular vulnerability, the attacker have an exploit. So what the attacker will do, he will send the exploit, compromise the vulnerability. It is compromised now. And after it is compromised, it will execute the payload. Understand again, the attacker knows the vulnerability. He uses the exploit, compromise that particular vulnerability. Once it is compromised, he get an open channel to execute the payload. Now, once the payload is executed, this is when the victim system itself will send a connection request back. This payload is actually going to make the connection request on behalf of the victim, because victim as a person will never do that by himself, right? He will never do it. Why would he? He will never give access to a hacker. But the payload that is being executed because of this exploit is going to do that. Now this is interesting, right? This is one scenario. Okay. Let me explain this in whiteboard. This is better. Okay. Quickly. So this is attacker. I'm explaining it again so quickly understand. This is victim. The attacker have an IP, of course, IPA. The victim have an IPV. So attacker sends an exploit, EXP, to compromise a vulnerability on the target system. Now, once the vulnerability is compromised, it will execute the payload that was attached with the exploit. Now, this payload will ask to make a reverse connection. To where? To the attacker system. So now this payload will initiate a connection request on behalf of the victim system to the attacker's machine. Of course, the attacker will accept it and the communication will take place. Now, this is when the attacker knows that there is a vulnerability. This plays an important part. What if there is no vulnerability? Then what you will do? What if there is no vulnerability, right? The whole system is patched, everything is good. What if there is no vulnerability? Then the attacker will have a different approach. The attacker here, the payload was already in the exploit, right? The payload was already in the exploit. But if there is no vulnerability, then attacker is very smart. He will create his own payload, a special payload, a custom payload, and he will send this to the victim. Okay, this payload is sent to the victim. As soon as the payload executes on the victim, executed, it will run the script, and the script will basically initiate a connection between the attacker and the victim. But the question is, how would the payload know where to come back? Because once the payload is sent to the victim in this direction, he need to send a connection request, right? As I said, a connection request. But where would he send it? The payload need to have an address, right? So that address is given in the payload in the form of lhost. That the attacker is always going to listen to any incoming connection. The attacker will always listen to the incoming connections, and when the victim sends the incoming connection, the attacker will accept it. But the payload who is going to initiate the connection, he need to have that kind of a detail, right? So we give it in the form of lhost and lport. That once you are on the target machine and once you are executed, you have to connect back to this particular address, IP/IP:port. You have to connect it on this location. So for that reason, we are adding the L port in here, L host and L port, so that when this payload security test.exe, when this will be executed on the victim system will generate a request on this address in particular. And what is the address? This is the address for my target machine, for my attacker's machine. This is the hacker's address. The victim machine will automatically connect to the hacker's address. So that's what's happening. That's what will happen actually. Now, once this is done, I will press enter. It will start initiating the payload for me. And then it's just a matter of seconds. The payload's name will be security test.exe because that's the name I have given to it. It basically what this MSF winner will do is it will take all this information that I have provided, all this information, and will compile all that information into an output file of security test.exe. So saved as security test.exe. When I do ls, you will see it on my desktop. Not on desktop right now. You can see there it is. Security test.ls. There we have it. Security test.exe. Now this is something that we can send to the victim in order to hack into them. But as I told you, the attacker is always listening to incoming connection, right? But is my attacker right now, is it listening? It is not, right? It is still not listening. So we have to start a listening process. And this listening process will be initiated with none other than the MSF console. It will be initiated with this utility, MSF console. It will initiate a listener which will keep on listening to any incoming connection, and as soon as the incoming connection comes from a victim, it will accept it. So we have to initialize this listening process also. So we'll do that quickly. Take a look here. I'm opening another terminal here. The keyboard shortcuts don't really work efficiently in this one. So used properly. In this terminal, I will start MSF console and press enter. This will start the console for me. Starting the MSF framework console. Okay, you can see it says that it have 2000 plus exploits, more than 600 different payloads, and other scripts and utilities for various purposes. Here my console is started. There, I'm going to clear all this banner, and here I have my console. Start the console. To start the listener also, we have all the commands in here. I'm going to make this up. It is all in here. So it's going to ask me to use an exploit, which is called a multi-handler. This exploit basically handles multiple incoming connections. That's why the name multi-handler. So this exploit is going to be our listener, basically. Okay. So using it, now you can see MSF6 is using this exploit multi-handler. Now, to provide it some information, I need to check what exactly it requires from me, So I am going to type here. Let me make it full screen. That will be better. Okay. I'm going to ask to please show me options. Show options. Okay. This way it will give me all this information. Now, if you see, it's showing that these two details are required and should be provided, but they are not provided yet. Yes, it is required. It is also required, but lhost is empty. So we have to provide the detail for lhost here. So how do we do it? It's very simple. We do set, we'll type set lhost, and the IP for my host machine, that is 10.10.1.13. Press enter. It is done. Now, if I do show options again, you will see lhost is options. Lhost is provided, but the problem is the payload is also selected the wrong one. There's a generic shell reverse TCP payload. This is not the payload we selected. Remember, we selected a different payload, so we'll also change the payload here. We'll type set payload. The payload that we chose was Windows slash interpreter slash reverse underscore TCP. That was the payload that we used. You can see it here. Right. You can see the name of the payload is Windows Metapreter Reverse TCP. That's the same payload I'm going to use here to mention so that the listener also knows that what kind of payload is going to, connect with me. So listener also need to know that. Rest listener have all the rest of the details. Now, once I will execute this listener, or I will run this listener, it will start listening the incoming connections. You see, started a reverse TCP handler on my IP address. Oh, by the way, the L port that we provided was double triple four. Now here the L port is needs to be changed also, by the way. So let me close it and also provide the L port. So we do set L port triple four. So this will change it to triple four now. So options just to confirm. Okay, now it is correct. Now we can run this listener. Mission denied. So I computed. Why so? Okay. Double four only. Triple four is not giving the permission for some reason. Let's run this listener. We have to make our exploit, make our payload one more time. So instead of using double four, we have instead of using triple four, we'll be using double four. Create it again. Take a few seconds and we'll create it one more time for me, not a big problem. Okay, there it is, saved as securereturns.exe, ls, there we have it, ll, we can also use a timestamp. Oh, yeah, so it just got updated 10:20 as per this system clock as well on the very top. So it is updated. Now we have the updated file. The only problem here is in this scenario where you do not have a vulnerability, you have to send your payload. You see, that is the problem. You have to send it. The question is, how are you going to send it? How are you going to really distribute your payload? Now, payload can be distributed in many formats. Could be through mails, could be in the form of files, could be in the form of images, could be any way. So payload distribution is the only drawback if you are not able to find a vulnerability. There are two drawbacks. First drawback is payload distribution. How are you going to send it? Second drawback is payload execution. You have to make somehow the victim to execute it. If the payload is not executed, then the script will not run and we will not get a connection request. Two drawbacks. If you do not find a vulnerability, you have to rely on these two drawbacks. In our current scenario also, we have already generated a payload. We have a listener that is running, but until unless we are not able to send it to a victim, it makes no sense, So we will see here, there is also a method that they have shared to how to send it to a victim. They can be any ways. You can also send it through a mail, maybe send it on WhatsApp, or maybe send it on Facebook, whatever be your version of sharing file, it doesn't matter. The main purpose is to share it. So I'm going to use a Python server to share this file to the victim. I'm quickly going to start a Python server here. Please just close it. Okay. Python -m PP server, I think that was the name. What was the name of this module? Just a second. Do any of one of you remember this? Do you guys know about it? The Python module for HTTP server? Ever used it before, maybe? Oh, it's HTTP dot server actually. I'll tell you what this command will do, by the way. Okay. See, this command, I am currently in this location, home/attacker/desktop, right? And here I have really messy. I'm in this location and here I have a few files. These are all the files that exist in this particular location, right? If I want to host this file in my network, I want to put it online in my network, so that everyone can access it through my IP address. If somebody visit my IP address, they can access it. It's just going to work like a local web server, So there is a module in Python which is http dot server. What this will do is it will initiate a local host server on your IP address and a particular port number, which you can also provide, by the way. And it will host all the files in your present working directory. So my present working directory in this terminal is home attacker/desktop. And if I run the Python module, it will host all these files on my local server. I'm gonna use the port 8080. Now my IP is 10.10.1.3, right? So if I go on my victim, I will be able to see these files on my victim. I'll show you how that works. So here the victim is going to be Windows 11 machine. So let's go to Windows 11. I'll open the browser because it's a web server. So it's an HTTP server. Remember, I told you HTTP servers are always open in the browsers. So we'll go in the browser. Sending the payload is not something which is very static method or a uniform method. It could be any method possible. You can maybe share it in a PNG or a JPG format if that is your motive. You can share whatever way you want. The main purpose should be solved that it is sent to the victim and executed by the victim, however you want to manipulate it. So 10.10.1.13, the port number is 8080. So when I do this, you will see I'm able to see the directory listing. And here I have my payload. So I'm going to download this thing right away. I have it here. And remember, our listener is already active on the parent machine, by the way. I'm going to keep the listener above. I'm going to minimize it. Okay, you see the listener is running right now, correct? It is still listening to all the incoming connections. As of now, there's no incoming connection. But as soon as I execute this in Windows, you will see it's a whole different story altogether. So open this, oh, where it is. Yeah, open this file, click on run. That's it. Nothing happens on the Windows side, by the way. It is still the way it is. Nothing new. But in our Parrot OS, do you see what happened here? It was running here, started reverse CCP, sending stage Metapreter session 1 open on my target machine on a new port number, and I have the Metapreter access. And if I told you what was a Metapreter, it was a command and control channel between the victim and the attacker. Now the channel is active. That means I am connected to the target machine. I have successfully compromised the machine. So if I want to know what I can do with Metapreter, I'll simply type help and it will give me all the commands that I can really execute with Metapreter. You know what? Before I actually continue with this, I know it must be really confusing because the background really sucks and it's really confusing the whole terminal because it's a transparent thing and the background just confuses me a lot. I'm more of a simplest kind of guy. I don't like this kind of like complex stuff. I like it simple. Or I think minimal is the right word. I'm more of a minimalistic kind of person. Let's just go with this. This is better. Yeah, this is my kind of stuff. All right, going back to our terminal. So you can see all these commands I have got in Metapreter, and I can use these commands for all this descriptions. Like you can see, this is the purpose of this particular command that is mentioned here. Let's say if I want to reboot the remote computer, I can just type reboot, it will restart that computer. If I want to kill a particular process that is running in the system, I'll just type kill and the name of the process. Sysinfo is going to give me the information about the remote system. So let's try this one. So at the bottom in the metadata, I'm going to type sysinfo. See, it's giving me information. It says it's a Windows 11 OS. The computer's name is Windows 11, but it's running Windows 10, which is weird. It's a x86 architecture. Oh no, the Metapredator payload was used for 86. The architecture is 64. As I told you, 86 consists both 64 and 32, so both of them will work in this. Now let's see if I can get something more interesting. How about I take a screenshot of the system? How about I can see the system, Let's try it out. We have some commands here for core commands. These are file system commands. I can also look into the file system, by the way, by these commands. Cat will read the contents, dir will delete it, download will download it, all that kind of stuff, regular stuff. Networking commands are also there. I can also check the networking status, their configurations and everything. There are system commands. There is also user interface command. Now this is interesting here. This is what the hackers do. Remember in the movies, you must have seen like they can see the screen share and everything. So if you take a look at this particular command, screen share, watch the remote desktop in real time. You can see what they're doing on the desktop. You can also grab a screenshot of the interactive desktop. Whatever they're doing, you can just take a screenshot. You can also take control of the keyboard. Whatever they're typing, you will be getting all the details in a log file. You know what? Let me just show you the practical. That will be better. So there's something open on the Windows 11 right now. Let me just show you. We'll open a web page. I'm about to go and see this movie, so let's find out. Let's search about the great Robert Oppenheimer, right? This is the page open here in my target system. But when I type here screenshot of the attacker's machine, it saved it in this location. You see home attacker in this name. So I'll just go in places. I click on desktop. Here is the attacker's directory. And there is my screenshot image. When I open this, guess what it is? It is a current screenshot of my victim system. Now, isn't that interesting? You can do all this kind of stuff by executing a simple payload. And this is exactly how attackers can really see what's happening. If you want to see a live, real-time execution, so you can type screen share and press enter. It will start a server for you, something like this. This is an HTML file. I have to open this in a browser. Just a second. It is an attacker. This is the file. Open with Firefox. There you go. This is a real-time view of the victim system. If I go and make some changes, it will reflect here in the real time. So you can see the target IP is mentioned, the start time is mentioned, and the status is playing, by the way. So it's 7:34 a.m. as per that system time. If I go back in there and I make some changes, let's see if it shows up here also. If I go and click on any of the link, maybe there should be a Wikipedia. Yeah, there it is. And let's go and check. It changed. So this is real-time monitoring on my victim's computer, right? So this is also pretty interesting. And this is not just that. You can also do for the cameras. By the way, this is a virtual computer, so of course there is no cameras attached to it. But yes, you can actually control the cameras. It's pretty simple. You have to work with this command. There's a webcam command here. It can record the mic, webcam chat. You can also take a snapshot. You can also stream the webcam, like you can see in real time what the person is doing in front of the camera. You can do all the kind of stuff. You can also play some audios on the victim system, which will be really scary, by the way. Imagine you sleeping at the night and your system start talking to you. So all this kind of stuff can actually take place with a single payload. So this is the example for task number 4. I guess that was it.
Yeah, exploit the client-side vulnerabilities and establish a VNC session. We just connected to a system with a VNC session, right? Which was our system accessing that particular victim. Now, we did this with a tool called Metasploit, MSF, Metasploit Framework. It is an amazing tool, trust me, and this is just the tip of the iceberg you can do with it. There's a hell lot of things you can do. You need to explore it a lot more. I'll share you some more, what do you call videos and some more case studies. Just go through them for once, practice them a little bit, and you'll get the hold of it. It is very interesting how to what extent you can use Metasploit for. And trust me, there is hardly a machine which you cannot hack with Metasploit. Let that be a smartwatch, could be an Android phone, could be no, not iOS. Okay, iOS have an exception here, but everything else, yes. Okay, talking about the great Armitage. Armitage is also it's more of a visual tool, you know. See, Metasploit is command line. I told you CLI. Metasploit is CLI, but Armitage is more a GUI thing. You can see it's a scriptable red team collaboration tool for Metasploit that visualizes target, recommends exploit, and exposes the advanced post-exploitation features. Basically, it's just Metasploit, but in a GUI, in a graphical user interface. That's the only difference. I'm going to show you how it works. And this is even simpler than Metasploit because GUI is always easy, you know. So um, Windows 11. Okay, we're gonna switch to Windows 11 now for this. I think we're gonna work in that. Oh no, we have Armitage installed in Ubuntu itself. So, all right, okay, back back to Parrot. So for this, we have to start a PostgreSQL database server. Why do we need to start it? There's a reason because to store all the exploits and payloads, Armitage needs a database, an active database to work with. Because if there's no database, it will not be able to store or access any of the information from Metasploit. So this database is going to act as a gateway between the Metasploit interface and the Armitage interface. It's like going to connect them both in a way. So I'm going to start it right here. You can see, by the way, this Python server is also making logs for everything that it's doing. And I can terminate this Python server by just doing Control C. Come on. For some reason it doesn't seem to work. It's okay. Okay, after this Armitage demonstration, we'll take a break. If you're, or you know what? How about you guys want to take a break now or after the Armitage? You can type now in the chat box or you can type after. Okay, Sipon, no problem. We'll take a break now for like 15 minutes. Stretch yourself a little bit, ease yourself, have a glass of water for sure, keep yourself hydrated, and we'll be back in 15. Thank you, guys.
तो मैं टिंगा बंद कर दिया छोटे पे ही पढ़ा रहा है चल रही है छोटे वाले भी चल रही है टीवी से स्ट्रेन पड़ रहा हूँ अभी टीवी को बाहर बनने का समय आ गया
नहीं सॉरी बता दो
10 बजे
अरे हाँ ठीक है जाऊंगा प्लीज
ठीक खोल देना जर्नलिस्ट को पॉज कर देंगे
ऑनलाइन गेम पॉज करते हैं ना
क्यों खोलो हम 2 घंटे से लगे हुए हैं बाहर सारे ये होता है गेम के पीछे रुक रहेगा अभी वो फट से बनता करूंगा ले खत्म एकदम पूरा इंटरनेट मेरे हाथ में दर्द हो गया आपको बोलते बोलते उसको कितना रहे हैं बंदे छुपे तो जा रहे हो
ट्रैकिंग मरना नहीं है और क्या
इसको फाइंड आउट क्या बता दूं कैसे
भाई 10 ही बंदे एक मैं एक टीम में
यहाँ पे अंदर है यहाँ पे
मेरा मेरा बाइक बंद ओ आएगा तो ये वॉकिंग में रिवाइव करेगा
आगे नहीं क्या कर रहा है
रिवाइव कर दो मतलब मैं मेडिसिन दे रहा हूँ ये तो रखो फोन टाइम तो नीचे है ना मेरी फाइट टाइम मेरी करता है लाल तो क्या कर रहा हूँ फाइट टाइम मेरी वापस ठीक है फनी बस वो मेरा रेड डॉट है रेड डॉट वो 6 8 मिनट का ही गेम है ना शॉर्ट गेम है इसका भी शॉर्ट गेम ऊपर आएगा अब हम के साथ में लेट्स गो नॉक आउट पे ओ इसने फेंका है बॉल्ट ऑफ तभी वो तो नहीं कर सकता वो आ रहा है देन वी कैन फॉरवर्ड टाइम देख लिया पर से गया वो तो फिर से मैं बस तब मैं रिवाइव करता हूँ तो डाउन नहीं होता
क्या
उसकी क्रेट है और जाता है ना उसका सामान उसको डालता है वैसे क्रेट है ग्रेनेड ग्रेनेड ट्राई कर रही है अभी ऊपर सुबह भी कम होता है दूसरों में आया था फर्स्ट को मैं इतना मर सकता। 啊，我们 सामने हम वीडियो बैठे बैठे हमारे सिर्फ 4 टास्क जोन आगे का पढ़ना था फैमिली तो उसी का था तो हम बता रहा हूं हम परिचित तो हम ये 8 मिनट का पीरियड है इसलिए जल्दी खत्म हो जाता है वो फिर वहां तक आते ही प्रोग्राम होते हैं सब कुछ संभालते हैं एक लंबा वाला पीरियड होता है वो 40 मिनट की चलती है तो और बड़ा मैप होता है उसके अंदर पूरा एक्सप्लोर फिर आफ्टर द लास्ट अनसर्टेनिटी के साथ so extremely clear for the market का all right guys so let's begin where we paused where we left okay. So we were going to discuss about the Armitage, which is nothing but a GUI version of Metasploit. So that's what I'm gonna share you. भाई साहब लैब एक्सेस पढ़ाने में मजा ही लगा यार सही में बंदा खुद ही एक्साइट होकर पढ़ाता है as I told you for Armitage we need the Postgres SQL server to activate so I'm gonna type a command here which is service by the way I need to switch to the root user acting funny again we launched the lab this is task number 5 okay fair enough that's what we'll find now SU switching to root the service is service PostgreSQL start this is the one yep all right this will start the service if you ever want to start or stop a service you have to type service then give the name of the service and then the status if you want to stop it or if you want to check the status you can just type here post service PostgreSQL status it will show you like if it is active or if it is inactive right now it shows that it is active if you have checked that I am going to start the Armitage framework which is in this particular location click applications on the corner of the desktop over here the applications menu here navigate into pen testing which is short for penetration testing and then look for exploitation tools right here I have an option of Metasploit framework and there is our Armitage as I told you Armitage is nothing but Metasploit in GUI so that's what it is when I click on it it asks me for a password we put the password in there you go it's starting Armitage for me almost there Okay, it asked me some credentials like my host IP and everything. I'm just going to give all the defaults, changing nothing as of now. If you want to change the password, you can. Like user is MSF, password is tour, the default password for system, and click on connect. Sorry. So it will ask you if you want to start it or not. Click on yes. The RPC server. It's Metasploit remote procedure calls. Basically, this is a background service of Metasploit which helps Armitage connect efficiently with the Metasploit features. So you got to click on yes. Once the progress is done, it will open the main interface for Armitage. So we're gonna wait for this. Okay, this is the default interface for Armitage. If we want to add a host here to scan, add a target, you have to click on host at the top. There is this menu, Armitage View Host Attack Workspaces. Click on host and then click on Nmap Scan. This will scan for all the hosts in your network and will give you the result. Let's click on this. Intent scan. It will ask you the range of your IP address or maybe an IP address of the target. You have to give it here 10.10.11. This is, by the way, my Windows 11 IP address 10.10.1.11. And after this, I click on OK. This will do the Nmap scanning for me intensely, as it said. We can see the results coming up. So here we have these open ports here, as mentioned. Open port 3389, 21, 139, 35, 445, and 80. These are the open ports available on our target machine. The scan is completed. Okay. Added here. Okay, it's actually still scanning. It's not complete yet. My bad. Okay, now the scan is complete. Okay, fair enough. Once you see this, now it also suggests you what kind of attacks you can make on your target machine so that you don't have to really do the hard work. It says use attacks and find attack to suggest applicable exploits for your target. So it will automatically suggest you what you can do with your target. Click OK. We have the target machine shown here. This is our target Windows system. So now to take the same reverse access, just the way we took in the CLI mode, here all you have to do is just click on the payload option on the left, expand it this way. Here you have to scroll down to Windows because we are working with a Windows target. And in Windows, it will also show you a list of different payloads. You have to go for the meta folder, the meta there it is. In their metapredator as well, there is a specific one, reverse TCP. You can see there's a list of payloads with different names like reverse HTTP, reverse ORD TCP, reverse TCP, all ports. We just have to stick with the reverse TCP, a simple one. This works the most balanced and the most efficient. Okay, once this is selected, just make a double click on that. Actually, we are supposed to use this one, Metapredator reverse TCP. Right, sorry, my bad. So make a double click on this one. It will open this kind of a menu, which is like the information menu, just like we had it in terminal, where we type show options. And this is exactly where you have to put the options like your L host and L port and everything. You can put the details as per your choice. You can define the L port by your choice as well. I'm going to put 4444. This is the standard port that is used for Metasploit exploitation purpose, but you can literally use any vacant port, whichever you want, which is not active, you can use that. And you want the output as an exe because, of course, that is the target because we're working with Windows, you know. Here is exe, select the format. That's pretty much it. Once you're done, click on launch. It will ask you where you want to save it. So you can save it on your probably desktop. Give the file name. File name we will give arm payload.exe. Oh, you know what? Let it be. Because we already given the extension, so we'll click on save. That is it. In the previous lab, we have already created directory. Okay, so we can share this the same way we shared the previous exploit, previous payload. Remember with the Python server, the HTTP server. Opening the terminal, type here Python. First, we need to go into the directory, which is in desktop. ls. We don't have it here yet. We're supposed to have it here. There it is, the ARM payload. We have to change the name of it, ARM payload to armpayload.exe. You have to give the name completely. I forgot to give the extension there. I thought it would take it, but it didn't. It's okay. I really don't use Armitage much. I prefer the CLI version of it because it's like more customized. Armitage is a little bit It's easier to some people like beginners who don't really want to, I mean, work hard on it, but I believe using the CLI is the best version for anyone who want to really excel. So yeah, now getting back to Python -m HTTP server 80. Now it is hosting this already in use. Okay, we'll use 8086 in that case. Yeah, it worked. So 8080 was already in use by some service, so I'm not going to use it. I'm going to use 8086. So going back to my okay, it is now hosting this particular payload. Now it is going to start the listener. Remember, we were going to work with listener. Never mind. Let's switch to our target machine. The file is hosted on 10.10.1.13 port 8086. We'll open that file here. 10.10.1.13 port is 8086. Let's see what do we have here. Okay, we have the Armitage payload here. I'm gonna download it and I'm gonna open it and run. So if I go back in my Barrett, I haven't received it yet. Oh, my bad. We haven't run the listener. So to run the listener, we again click on the double on our payload that we are working with, metadata reverse TCP, and this time we are going to create the output as a multi-handler. I told you multi-handler is the exploit that helps us handle multiple incoming connections. We know that our port number was 4444, so we got to change it here also because it's like having a different port. 4444. There you go. And after this, you can simply click on launch. When you launch it, now it will start the the TCP handler, as you can see it right here. TCP handler open. And again, we have to open that exploit in order to make it work. Run this again. Run. Okay, it's loading, it's loading. Okay, done. Now when I switch back, you can see the machine changed its interface, and now we can see the machine is compromised. Metadata session 1 opened at the bottom here, and this machine is compromised. Now you can see it. The visuals are there as well for this same. So now there is a session opened up for this particular system. There are multiple sessions opening up, which is okay. Now you can use the same utilities like screen sharing and that kind of stuff in Metapreter. So you just have to right click on this one, open the Metapreter session you want, and you can see what kind of access you have, how you want to interact. You want a command shell or Metapreter shell, or you want a desktop VNC. So if I click on desktop VNC, let's see what we get. Still waiting for it. I think they haven't configured it properly. It's okay. We will interact with the regular Metapreter shell because we know how Metapreter shell works. Your connection was abused, you need to migrate to a new process to set up VNC. It's okay. It's not properly configured in this machine. It's all right. We can use a meta shell. We know how to use it. It's very simple. One, interact, meta shell. There you go. So now the tab down below is using the meta shell. If I type help, it will show me what I can do with it. I think it's taking time to respond appropriately. I believe we gotta wait for this. Maybe try system code. Let's see if that gives us some information. Let's see with number 3. It happens because sometimes there are disconnections, so it opens multiple shells, and maybe one of them works. Nothing's happening here. This is not good. Let me try the exploring feature and see if we can browse the files. No, we cannot. The connection was not properly executed. So let's try one more time real quick. We'll restart the system so that any background process can stop. We'll go back to our Ubuntu and we'll close all these tabs. We'll disconnect this, by the way. Remove host. You can see because I turned it off, it became to the normal condition back again. So I'm going to stop all these things. I don't need them. I'm going to add a whole new host altogether. Why is it not removing? See, this is one of the reasons that why I don't really personally like it, because it doesn't really work that efficiently as a CLI would work. I can customize it to any extent and I can do whatever I want there, but here I have to depend on this interface, and this dependency is something that I really hate. Okay, let's try it one more time. Okay, let's work with it. Nmap going on. Okay, it's still restarting, I guess. Oh, okay, okay. Honestly, I don't even know if it restarted. I think it's better we should wait for it to restart. Okay. Right. A fresh beginning. Let's do it again real quick. Database not connected, really. Active, so which is good. Okay, we have our target here. We will set a payload. Let's make it quick. This is going to work with Windows, Metaprinter. Scroll it down. We have Metaprinter versus TCP. Here and change the port number as I told you. Changing it to 4444. In the output to an exe because we're going to execute this in a Windows machine. Exe and click on launch. It will ask you where you want to save it, obviously. So I want to save it in home, attacker, desktop. Here, I want to save it with the name of testing.exe. Saved. Okay, saved it. Awesome. Okay. Once this is done, we know that it is in a different location now, so we will just switch our Python over on a different location together. It's in /home desktop attacker desktop, right? I do ls here, we can see testing.exe, so we'll run the Python server in this one in the HTTP server, and the port number will give 8085 because we've already used 8086 in this session. So let's go with this. It started the session here. On the attacker system, or on the victim system, we will have to get the payload downloaded. So we'll get here, switch to the IP address 10.10.1.13, port number is 8085, and there we have our testing.exe. Downloading this thing. Okay, before I run this, by the way, we need to start the listener. We're not going to repeat the same mistake. Okay, going back to Parrot. Here in the Armitage, I have to double click on the reverse CCP payload. This will give me the option to again select how I want the execution to take place. And this time I want to do it with the multi-handler because this is where my communication is going to take place. It's just that I have to give the port number appropriately here. So I will give, I don't know, 4444, the same port. And click on launch. Okay, you can see it started a TCP handler in this black window. Now that I execute this particular payload, it should open a Metasploit session. Let's wait for it to load. Okay, it's done. Switching back to Parrot. And there we have it. Scroll down. It's still accessing. Start TCP handle. Make a right click on your host that can be seen here. Click on Metasploit 1, click on Interact, and then click on Metasploit Shell. It will start the same Metasploit shell that we have seen previously. There you go, type sysinfo, and then we wait for the target interaction. It might be because it's slow. That is a reason. See, the thing is, I told you about there's a database interaction between the Metasploit framework and the Armitage. So this PostgreSQL is also responsible for this kind of slower speed because you can see the information is coming out, but it's really slow. And this is one of the biggest reason that why I prefer the CLI version of it instead of a GUI. CLI is faster, responsive, more comfortable, and it is really flexible to whatever kind of modification you want to make. Here, I have to depend on all these graphics, which is really messy. So once you get a hold of CLI, you will never go back to GUI, and Armitage sucks. Personal experience. But I mean, it's in the curriculum, so we gotta work with it. But yeah, it's all right. Now, after this, we will switch to task number 7, which is performing buffer overflow attack to gain the remote access. Now, this is going to be interesting, guys. So take care of your attention. I don't know what I'm saying. Just give me a second. Yeah, so pay more attention to this one. So understanding the buffer, let me just make it a little bit wider so you can see it. Right. So a buffer is an area of adjacent memory location allocated to a program or application to handle its runtime. I told you with an example that let's say if this is an 8-bit memory here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, so this is an 8-bit memory. These are 8 bits. The functionality that we talked about was a VLC media player, volume up and volume down, right? Volume up and volume down. Simple as that. Now, let's say the memory allocation is done for volume up in this area or this buffer of memory, not buffer actually, this area of memory. And for the volume down is given in this one. So if you will notice, this buffer is the area of adjacent memory locations allocated to program to handle its runtime data. Now, see, what happens is there are certain kind of changes that can take place in an application that can override its memory or can make it corrupt. So for that reason, the developers created in such a way that whatever memory allocation is given to all the functions, they have the buffer space to expand and to retract. So even if the memory for the volume function expands, they have given this buffer right here, which gives us the enability and flexibility so that even if software crashes or there is any kind of anomaly, it will still not affect the other program, which is volume down. So this buffer is a feature that the developer adds. But if I am a hacker and I know about this kind of buffer is available of 2 bits, what I can do is I can create such kind of an exploit which will be functioning in such a way that it will target that particular buffer. Let's say I'm targeting the volume up service. Okay, I'm targeting the volume up service, and I will add additional data into the 3 bits which are already occupied that they have to expand. Now, the general expansion was expected to be of 1 bit, but I would expand it to 2 bits. Now the buffer is occupied, right? It is still not a problem. Buffer is occupied. Buffer was created with a sense that it will be occupied if there is any function expansion or a memory expansion. The problem will arise when this memory expansion will start taking over the other process. These 3 bits are assigned for a function which is for volume down. Now, if this memory expansion start taking over these bits, this is where the problem will arise. This is where the memory will get corrupted, and this is where the buffer overflow attack will take place. Now, once this buffer is overflown, because you can see this is overflowing into the other functionalities, this is going to create a hindrance in the performance of this particular software, which is VLC Media Player. And because of this hindrance, I can take advantage and I can execute my script. Now, this is a very harmless example of volume minus and volume up, okay, which is very harmless, doesn't matter. The worst that can happen is my music volume will not go up or down, right? But what if the functionality that we are trying to exploit was to authenticate the user, and the other functionality is to reject the connection or deny the connection, better, right? Deny connection. So if you will see, this memory space was allocated to authenticate user, correct? but I found a way to make the buffer overflow, and now I have corrupted the functionality of denying the connection. So even if I'm putting the wrong information, the program will not be able to deny the connection. It will still give me the connection back, and that can only be achieved with buffer overflow. So that is what buffer overflow can do. Now this is just a visual like example to give you an understanding of how buffers work. In technicality, in the real like ground level work, it works very differently. We have to analyze the bitwise information of every software and every application that is running in the background. And that is what we are going to analyze in this particular task, performing buffer overflow attack to gain access. So let's take a look quickly here. Our victim is again going to be the Windows 11 machine. Here we are going to run a particular piece of software which is already vulnerable. So it's kind of like a simulation for us, right? Just give me a second. Windows 11. Okay. As per the document, it says I have to go into this particular location in the E drive, CEH tools, V12 modules, E drive, CH tools, V12 module number 6, which is system hacking. Here, buffer overflow tools are there. And here is a vulnerable server. Vul server. Now, this exe basically is the simulation wherein we will be practicing how buffer overflow works. This will give you an example scenario. Okay, so we have to run this software on our victim system. It should be run as administrator. Click on yes. Okay, so it is working right now, this particular piece of software. It's executed. Now we can minimize it and we will use something called a debugger. See, every application that is running in a Windows system is constituted of a particular code, right? So basically how a code works is you guys have a little bit of development experience, so you will understand and able to relate to this, that you create a code. One second, my stylus again. Give me a second, guys. Okay, yeah. So when you create a code, you basically compile it, and after the compilation, you're able to make the executable, which actually executes the code, right? Executable. Now, the thing is, you cannot go back. Once the compilation is done, you cannot go back to the original source code. But you can still understand that how the functionality is executed. What is the flow of execution? This flow of execution and this analysis process is called debugging. And there are many other programs that we can use for debugging purposes. One of them is Immunity Debugger. So we're going to use that. It is already installed and available in this module as well. Buffer overflow tools, Immunity Debugger. Going back one step, Immunity Debugger, it is there. There it is, the setup exe. Let's start it. Click yes. Click yes. Accept and next. Install. See, basically you have to install, so just click on all the positive options, so it is not a rocket science. Simple stuff. Click OK. Install for all users. Next, next. Simple stuff. Click finish and you're done. Okay, now when you have to launch, it's on your desktop. You just have to make a double click on that and you can launch it. Okay, this is how the immunity debugger will look like. So there is a functionality that is running in the background, which is the vulnerable server, the vulnerable server, right? If you want to analyze and debug that application and see what is the flow of execution, you have to add that into this portal, this platform. This platform will show you all the backend activities that are happening in that particular application. So for that, you have to click on File and click on Attach. This will attach any executed, any any runtime application that is in the background. So click on Attach, and then it will show you all the processes here. But it is not showing one server, so it's not good. I think one server got do not allow trusted, waiting for client connections. Did we miss something? I don't think so. Yeah, that's exactly what we did. Immunity debugger, we opened it. Oh, because vulnerable server is running as an administrator, we also have to run immunity debugger as an administrator to see any program that is running as an admin. So run as admin, click yes. Now it will show. Click on file, click on attach. There you go. One server is here. So we just have to click on one server and click on attach. It will open that activity in here. And you can see this input, this colorful data. This is all the backend things which are running in this. Okay, please tell in the chat box, yes or no, if you have ever worked with assembly coding, assembly language coding. Have you ever worked with it? So yes or no, or maybe a raise of hand or whatever. Negative. All right, no problem. So assembly coding is okay. You see, there are different types of languages, by the way. There are two major types: a high level and a low level. High level language are those languages which work with the interface, like Java, like C sharp. Not C sharp actually. C sharp could be a low level language. Just like Kotlin, we have. It's a variant of Java itself. There's also Python is also basically a high level language. Then there are low level languages like there is C sharp, there is assembly. Now, low-level languages interact with your core system. It have nothing to do with your interface or your interactive display. It is all about what processes are running in the core system. So when you are developing solutions or functionalities, you have to develop it with the application, with the assembly language, so that your main system can understand your BIOS or your motherboard and everything else can actually interact with the proper commands and the communication. So this right here is assembly coding. I know it will not be understandable on the day 1 or even on day 30. It's okay. It is not something that you need to know right now. I always say this, that there are some things which are really urgent, and then there are some things which are just necessary. So this is necessary to learn, but it's not urgent. You don't need to know it right away. Even if you don't know it, you can still be a security expert. You can still make your career. I started learning this after 2 years already spent in this domain, so it is absolutely okay. It is necessary if you want to excel, if you want to grow up in this domain. Definitely, you need to know assembly coding. So it's important that you learn it. And frankly speaking, it's almost like Python, C sharp. It's very simple to understand. There are very few syntax. I mean, the syntax is very simple. That is what I mean to say. So it's based on logics, you know. So there are jump statements, there are go-to statements, there are variables which are very simple to relate with. So if you know a little bit of programming languages, then you'll be able to understand it very well. And even if you don't, it's okay. You can still begin with it. It's very fun. Now, what do you have to do with it? So keep the immunity debugger and vuln server running and click parrot security. We'll switch to parrot now. And in parrot, we are going to start a netcat command. I'll tell you what is a netcat. Raise your hands. I know it's used to create video games. That's right, Chad. It is used to create video games. Also, if you have heard of Konami, that's a very old one. I don't know if you have heard of Nintendo. They use assembly even till date. But a lot of video game developers have switched into Java majorly and Kotlin. But yeah, assembly is still used in the core. Okay, raise your hands quickly if you know what is netcat. I mean, you guys are from networking background, so do you know about it already?
I know what netcat. Well, I sort of know what it is. I know like netcat is. I think it can be used for remote backdooring, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's just establish a communication channel between two endpoints. So that's what netcat will do. Essentially, you just have to give the interface and the port number. I'm sorry, the IP and the port number, and it will just establish a connection between the two. That's pretty much what netcat will do. Rest, see, netcat can also be used as a listener.
Yes,
Basically, what
that's
netcat does is it can establish a connection. That's it in your command line. So that's what
yeah,
netcat
yeah.
will do for you.
The only reason I really know that is because I follow a guy on YouTube called Network Chuck, and
Network shock, yeah.
I've been
He,
dabbling with Linux for a while, and I know a bit about
awesome,
Kali and all that stuff. So yeah.
awesome. And I want to brag. He follows me on Instagram, so yeah,
Oh wow,
yeah.
that's
I met I had an opportunity to meet him back in 2018, I guess. It was in the
well,
US. There was a event. It's called the Black Hat US. So it's like an event for hackers, and I met him there. He was pretty young, and he was beginning with the YouTube as well. And yeah, he's an
yeah,
amazing guy, by the way.
he's got some really good videos for like
True,
just
true.
anything really. Like he teaches. He has free courses on YouTube all over the place, and
Yep, yep. You should all watch Network Check, by the way. This is not a sponsored advertisement, but you should. He's an amazing guy. Okay, coming back here, Netcat. So we have to start a Netcat communication with our target machine. So typing NC, NV, n dot. Port number used here is double nine double nine. Just give me a second, guys. Awesome here. Hello. Awesome here. सुबह कितने बजे? सुबह 4 बजे. यार बड़ी मैं 4 बजे. डाउट क्या है? डाउट है क्या उसका? भाई पूछ तो लेते ना यार एक बार की कंसर्न क्या है, टॉपिक वॉपिक कुछ तो डिटेल लिया करो. पूछ के मुझे व्हाट्सएप बता दो. सुनो, अगर इंस्टॉलेशन है ना तो उसको शाम का ही बोलो, ठीक है ना. और अगर कुछ और है तो फिर 4 बजे का बोल दो. पहले मुझे पर पूछ के बताओ कि है क्या उसका डाउट एग्जैक्ट. ठीक है. रात को, कल रात को ना. हाँ तो 10:30 PM ना. हाँ नहीं, फिर सुबह 4 बजे का ही कर दो. हाँ ठीक है ना, 4 बजे. Yeah, apologies for the halt. Okay, let's establish this connection. The NC is connected. Fair enough. Is it? Okay. Target port is 9999. Why is it not showing? Am I going wrong? I mean, it's hard with this motion. Let's see if that works. Okay. Waiting for client connection. I mean, it's still not connecting. Why? You know what? Let's start this thing again. I don't know why it's not working. It doesn't seem to respond anyway. We'll start immunity debugger again as well. We go to Vuln server, select this thing, make a right click, run as admin, just as they asked. Fair enough. Now we have immunity installed, make a right click, run as admin. There you go. File, click attach, and select the one server, the servers that you're supposed to work with, and click on attach. There you go. And you should have got the connection here as well. Okay, now it's getting okay, fine. There must be some corruption. It's okay. It's working now. So it says, welcome to the vulnerable server. Enter help for help, of course. So it gives you like the kind of a command, so you can work with it better. Enter. And you can type exit to exit the program, by the way. Okay, say it's goodbye. Fair enough. Now we will generate something called a spike template. to perform spiking. See, spike template define the package formats used for communicating to the vulnerable server. They are useful for testing and identifying functions vulnerable to buffer overflow exploitation. Spiking templates are like log files, you can say, in a way, which can be analyzed to find where a buffer of overflow attack can be made to an application. So there's this application vulnerable server. There was a communication that just went from our attacker's machine to the victim's machine. And with this statistics, we can identify that where exactly a buffer can be found and how we can attack onto it. So to create a spike template, we have to type pluma stats.spk. Pluma is basically an editor. It's just like Notepad, but in PowerTools. So we'll type pluma stats.spk. It opens up a Notepad kind of thing, and we're gonna type this thing in there. It's a script. Read line. S underscore strings stats and S underscore string underscore variable 0. Save this thing, stats spk, and we can terminate the script that's running. So now the Pluma have edited this particular file, stats spk. Now in the terminal, type the generic send TCP to this port and enter. So this is the IP address and 99999 is the port. Stat spk is a spike script. 0 and 0 is the value of skip var and skip string. So these are two variables that we need to add to create the spike template. I think these things will be more relatable and understood when you will learn a little bit more of assembly language. I know it is a it's you know it's a takedown on this thing because you don't know assembly, so you're not able to relate. But trust me, once you know the basics of it, you will be able to understand what's happening here and what are these variables and why do we need them. So these variables are used to basically change your location in that debugging process based on a variable or based on a string. So skip star and skip var. You need to know a lot of context of assembly to understand this, but it's okay. We will just stick to the command and see this demonstration. The command is generic underscore send underscore TCP 10.10.10 1.11. That's the target IP. Double line is target port. The script for spike template SPK, and then 0 and a comma 0 for the variables. Now, when you press enter, it will start running the script as we can see. And now that we can switch to Windows, because our debugger is running there, by the way. You can see there's a lot of incoming data coming to your terminal for one server. Here, the process is still, we can see the process is still running down below, which indicates the stats function is not vulnerable to buffer overflow. So there's a stats function that we have seen in the help menu. In the help menu, there was a stats function for statistics, and it is not vulnerable because the process is still running. If the process would have terminated, that means it was vulnerable to the buffer overflow because of those kind of values that are being sent continuously from the attacker's machine. Now we can do the same thing for another service. I'll show you the name of the services right here. Take a look. So you can see these are the services that are running on this vulnerable server. We already checked for stats. We'll check for Trun. We can actually check for all of them one by one, doesn't matter. But we are just working randomly with these two as of now. For stats, we have confirmed that it does not work, right? So we have to switch to another service. So they have chosen the Trun service, Trun. So we'll switch to Parrot. And we'll create a spike template again for Parrot this time. We know the command Kluma stats SPK. This time we got to create it for the Trun. Or you know what, we can also rename this. You know what, just create a new one. It's okay. Trun.spk s underscore readline s underscore string. And the service that we are working with is Trun, Trun. And the string variable is 0. On bracket. All right. So I'm going to save this thing and I'm going to close the script. So I just created the SPK file for this one, and I will run the same command, the generic command, but this time with the Trun SPK, the Trun spike template. Let's see what happens to our immunity debugger now. Is it still running? Is it terminated? Let's see what happens. It is still running. Okay, fair enough. Should have changed to pause. I think it will take time for that. Let's wait and watch. At some point, basically, it will pause, which indicates the Trun function is vulnerable to buffer overflow vulnerability. See, buffers are not overflown that easily in a few seconds or minutes. It sometimes takes time for the buffer to get overflowed, and we gotta wait for that period of time. So that it can actually execute all the things in the backend. We gotta wait for it. Okay, let me just check here. Still running. It's gonna take time, I guess. I gotta wait for it to work. So it's not accepting anymore, is it? Oh, couldn't TCP connect to target. Okay, now it's confirmed. Yeah, so it should be paused now, I believe. Yeah, it is paused. We can see that now. So this confirms that the buffer overflow does exist in the Trun functionality. You see here, spiking the Trun function has overridden stack registers such as EAX, ESB, EBB, EIP, overriding EIP. Okay, these registers also will not make sense to you as of now because obviously you have no background information about the assembly coding. The assembly coding does not work on basic variables. There are some static variables as well. some standard variables that you have to use. These are called registers, and every register have a certain kind of functionality that it, you know, every register interacts with the core memory in a different way. So EIP, EAX, ESB have a different functionality altogether, right? So these things does make sense, but it will not make sense if you don't have the contextual background to it, which is absolutely okay. So you guys can also practice buffer overflow attacks and the simulation as per your practice based on assembly language also. You have the lab, you have the modules, you will have the complete step-by-step guide as well. I will also share you some videos which will be based on how to learn, learning assembly coding. If you would like, I can do that for you. I'll share it. I will be sharing a couple of drive links at the end of the curriculum. So it will have like all the study material that you'll require additionally along with this curriculum, like assembly coding, or we were also talking about Metasploit, some other functionalities of Metasploit, how you can use it for different purposes, and some other tools. So with this buffer overflow task, our task 1 is completed, lab 1 is completed. We'll be switching on to lab 2, which is gaining access to higher privileges, which is privilege escalation. Okay, so this task is escalating privilege using privilege escalation tool and exploit client-side vulnerabilities. Fair enough, this is interesting. So again, it's an attacker and victim scenario. The attacker is again the parrot. So asking us to switch into the parrot. Or we can close it. We don't need it anymore. Okay. So we will be creating another payload with MSF Venom. We have done this before. It's simple. MSF Venom -P. The payload is the same. Windows /metaprinter /reverse _ TCP. The platform again is none other than Windows. Architecture is x86. There is another exploit variant that is used here. I'll explain that too. Just a second. So when you are creating payloads, it is important to understand that when it is being delivered on the system, there are certain kind of protection layers that could be running that can block certain kind of scripts. And this is where we can make our payloads more evasive. And this evasive functionality can be added with something called encoding. There is a certain kind of encoding in Metasploit called Shikata Ganai, which translates to nothing can be found. It's in some other language. I think it's Japanese or something. It's a saying in in the ninja domain. The ninjas say this kind of stuff that nothing can be found. So it's Shikata Ganai. So I don't know if you are from the anime background, you will relate to it a little bit more, but it's okay. So the architecture here is x86, and the encoding that we are using is x86/. Shikara Ganai. Okay. So when okay, next here, what do we have is E X00. Okay. So B here is can be considered as bounce. Okay, and this X00 is basically a representation for a null byte. So as I told you, every memory function is divided into bits and bytes. And developers sometimes add null bytes for certain kind of functionalities, or also sometimes for security purposes. Because if there is a null byte, there is a possibility that your exploit might not be able to reach to the destination it is supposed to reach. So this addition of -b and the null byte, it will basically bypass that null byte that is being encountered so that there will be a smooth flow of execution for our payload. These are some evasive techniques that we will learn in our upcoming modules also, in evading firewall, in evading intrusion detection, and IPS and IDS. So -b is used to bounce, and we can assign what kind of bytes you want. So we want to bounce a null byte, a single null byte actually. So this will be fair enough. Then we have to give, of course, your L host. Which is 10.10.1.13. Then we have the format, which is exe, of course. If we do not give the port, it will take the default port, which is, you all know, 4444. So we're going to keep it that way. After giving it the exe, format is exe. And then this is also a method of like putting it all in the output. Like you must have seen the echo command in Linux, which is to basically input some value into a particular file. So that's exactly what we're doing here. We are basically compiling all this information into a particular file, which is going to be named as exploit.exe. We have to give the complete path where we want this file. We want it in home. The username is attacker. In the desktop, the name of, let's say, exploit.exe. And when I press enter, we'll start creating this particular exploit. We'll be sharing the same exploit as well, just like we did the last time. Server. RER. There you go. All right, now we'll switch to our victim system, which is Windows 11. And here we got to download that particular payload that we just created. So I can demonstrate how the attack actually works. I have exploit.exe. It should be in the desktop, my bad. Yeah, there it is, exploit.exe. I have downloaded. Before I execute it, I definitely need the listener should be active on my attacker's machine. So we'll go with the regular thing. We will start the MSF console. You've sent the file so we can stop this server. Right, MSF console. Okay, there we have it. Clear the screen, make it visible. Okay. Now we're going to use the same exploit multi-handler because we're going to handle some incoming connections. The payload, of course. In show options, we'll see what options it already have. But obviously, we need to give all the details appropriately. We'll set the payload, the one which we're using, which is Windows. And then set the L host. In go. And once it is done, you can simply start the you can simply exploit it. Enter, start it, go back to your Windows, execute it, run, and there you go. That's it. You have the MetaBurger session open up here. All right, there we go. Next, what do we have here? Observe that the MetaBurger session is running with a normal user privilege, Windows 11 admin. Now that you have gained access on a target system with normal privilege, next task is to perform privilege escalation to attain a higher level privilege. I told you about three privilege in Linux, which is root, user, and guest. That's exact similar in Windows as well. So if you want to escalate the privilege, you have to become from the user to the admin, to the root, basically. So that's what we're going to do here. So here's the steps. Take a look. First, we will use a privilege escalation tool, broot, which allows you to run a configuration assessment on target system to find out information about underlying vulnerabilities, services, file directory permissions, etc., etc., etc. Using this information, you can find a way to further exploit and elevate privilege. Okay. At get UID, it says that this is your username, Windows 11 admin. Now we have to upload a particular kind of script from my attacker's machine on the target machine. And for that, I'll be uploading broot, and I'm going to upload that with Metasploit. So to locate broot, it is in this location places. Click on network. It'll show up. Okay, let me try something. E for CH tools. In this location specifically, we have it in module 6, system hacking. In privilege escalation tools, there is broot. Open this. This is the exe that we want to upload. So we will first copy this in my desktop, where I have broot.exe. Now I'll switch back to the terminal. So I'm going to upload it. So if you can see here, we use the simple functionality of Metasploit of uploading. Currently, I'm in the download folder of the admin of that user on the Windows system. So here I'm going to type upload, and the location of broot, which is in home, tracker slash stop slash broot. Here. Oh, it's a smaller b. Syntax matter, guys. It's case sensitive. There you go. I press enter. It is uploading it.
Utility, a functionality of Metasploit, right? So it have some features that Metasploit has given us. The difference is in Windows, we use the command shell to execute, right? We don't use terminal, we use command shell. So in order to execute anything on the Windows side, okay, Metasploit will execute everything on our side, on the target, on the attacker side. But on the victim side, if you want to execute anything, you need a shell access because victim works on shell. It's a Windows machine, right? So you need a shell access. To get a shell access, it's pretty simple. Just type shell and press enter. There you go. You have a Microsoft shell right here inside the Metasploit itself. And now we can execute the broot. Execution is pretty simple. Just type broot.exe and press enter. That is it. And it will run everything. And now, by the way, all this execution is being done on the target, right? So that's the best part. Okay, once the execution is done, you will see in this terminal, web client vulnerability, proceed to call into with arguments. What's wrong? Hmm. A lot of binary checks for Windows. Okay, so if you'll see, we can see some startup keys here. We can see the task scheduler, check user admin, Is user in the administrator group? Okay. Okay, so it just gave us information which we were supposed to get. We got the startup keys, we got information related to the web client, and we also got the confirmation that the user is in the administrator group, so which is good. That means we can escalate the privilege to the main administrator to a higher privilege. Okay, so once our shell execution is done, we will exit. We can use this information later, so that is why we needed it. I'll show you how we can use it. Once you're done with this, you are going to use another utility to gather host-based information, which is with the help of something called a ghost backseat build. It performs security check to find insecurities in the target system, which can be definitely uh, used for attacking purposes. In that, we'll go back again into the places, CEH tools. Here in system hacking, we'll go into GitHub tools. GitHub tools, there it is. Here we have the seatbelt.exe, you can see. We're going to use this and upload it on the target machine as well. Copy this and paste it on your desktop, just like we did for broot. Now let's switch back. Hold on. Okay, let's switch back to our terminal. Okay, there it is. Okay, I'm going to upload this time the same home attacker desktop. The name is seatbelt. There you go. To execute it, again, we know that we got to get the shell. Once we have the shell, we will execute with the appropriate syntax. Seatbelt.exe hyphen group equal to system. So it will find all the groups available in the system and will find information about any antivirus or app locker or encryption software whatsoever is there. It will find all the insecurities, like whichever can be exploited for the privilege escalation. So let's just wait for the scan results. It's a really long scan, by the way, so it will take time. So we have to analyze it a lot. Okay, see, after the analysis of all these details, we just have to confirm if the system is actually connecting with us or not, if it is like interacting with us or not. We got the information about the username and the domain, which is Windows 11. The username is admin. The interactive shell is available. There are different computer names that can be seen here, like there is Jason, there's Martin, there's Sheila, right? There's another one that is WDAG utility account. We can also see like who is administrating these accounts. The user is managed by the system. Guest is, of course, the guest account, as we can see. So based on all this information, we can see that the system is interacting with us. It is giving us the response the way a normal authenticated user should give. Now we are going to use a Metasploit service. You will see when I type help in Metasploit, I get this command, which is an elevate command, get system. It is an attempt to elevate your privilege to that of the local system. So if I try this, get system, enter. Operation failed. The following attempt, it did not really work out the way we expected, which is okay. It was supposed to fail, by the way. From this result, it is evident the security configuration of Windows 11 is blocking you from gathering unrestricted access. So that means there is some sort of protection there which is blocking us. So now the task is to bypass the protection. Okay. So we're going to use some of the other exploits for bypassing this kind of protections. So this session is going to be active, but I'm going to keep it in the background so I can use Metasploit for other purposes. I'm going to type background and press enter. This will keep the Metasploiter in the background and will give me back my multi-handler, my regular MSF console interface. And now I will look for a bypassing exploit for the Windows UAC permission, which is user account control permission. So Windows UAC is the very preliminary stage of firewall, which actually does not let any other service allow any software without permission or without appropriate authentication. So if we are able to bypass UAC, we can execute anything we want, and we can also execute this kind of functionality for get system, which is in Metasploit. So to bypass it, we are going to use a particular kind of exploit, which is right here. Use exploit Windows slash local slash bypass UAC underscore FOD helper. That's the name of the basically the exploit. I press enter. Now it have taken this particular exploit in action. Next, in show options, you have to give details again. There you go. All right. So here you need to configure the exploit. The module options section appears, displaying the requirements of the exploit. Observe that the session option is required, but the current setting is empty. So if you will see right here, session is required, but the current setting is empty. Now, if you remember, there was a Metasploit session that was open, but I just put that in the background. So that session is active, and this bypass UAC is actually going to work on that particular Metasploit session. So for that, I need to give the session ID of that particular session. So there is only one session over here. So of course, we have to put number one. If there are multiple sessions, then we have to give it accordingly. So there's only one session, so we can set the session ID as one. Set, sorry, give me a second. Right, set session one. So it will select the one and only running session that is active in my system right now. Press enter, and once it is done, we can simply start the start the exploitation process. Oh, this one is actually going to work separately. So we need another listener active. So they have ran another TCP payload here. So we have to configure the payload option also, which is right here. You see, this is right now currently using Windows Metasploit reverse TCP, right? I mean, it's already configured. That why they are configuring it again? This step is actually unnecessary. because already it's having reverse TCP, so this step is really unnecessary. Next step is to configure the payload or to see all the options. Click on show options and press enter. We already have the options, again unnecessarily there. So we have given all the options here. Fair enough. To set the target. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so there is no variable for target, but still they're asking us for the target variable. I have to actually look into the source code for this one, but it's okay. Show options, set target 0. All right. And now it's asked me to run the exploit. Fair enough. Executing the payload. Okay, let's wait. MITM session 3 is open now. And now if we check for the get UID, server name Windows 11, still with the normal privilege. But this time, if we execute the get system command, remember the get system was for privilege escalation. It just got it. He just got it. So now if I do get UID, it should show the administrator. There you go. Now we have the authority on the complete system. We just escalated the privilege with this bypass UAC forward helper. See, I know this whole process must have been really complex to understand. And the reason for that is because there have been a lot of chain of whole command executions. And you have to connect the dots, obviously. The purpose of learning this is so that we can understand that how and where we have to execute what kind of exploit. Obviously, you cannot remember the names of all those 2000 exploits. Definitely, you have to get that with experience. It takes time, it takes research. This demonstration is just to show you that how you can actually gain access and escalate the privilege. This is one demonstration. There can be numerous other ways for doing the same thing. There is this um, certification of OSCP, Offensive Security Certified Professional. This is one of the most elite certification in cybersecurity, and you will learn at least 150 different ways of doing privilege escalation in a single Windows machine. So, and if you want, I'll share the study material for OSCP as well at the end of the curriculum. You can definitely go through it. You can see all the case scenarios and see like how things work in the real time scenario, in the real cases. So that was the purpose of explaining you how privilege escalation works with different exploits. We just bypassed the UAC because earlier get system was not going through, the operation was failed, and now it did went through and we got the system authority directly. So that was the end of this demonstration. We have done the lab number 2 as well. We'll be moving on to lab number 3, which is to maintain the remote access and hide malicious activities. But before we proceed with that, I think it's advisable we take a short break for 15 minutes, right? If you agree with it, please raise your hands or you can acknowledge that in the chat box as well. Okay, fair enough. Let's take a break for 15 and we'll be back. Thank you. Okay, guys, so we're back from the break. So let's continue where we left with our lab number 3, which is maintaining remote access and hide malicious activities. Okay. So, as a professional ethical hacker or pen tester, the next step after gaining access is to hide your identity or your processes that you're running. Now, we can run malicious applications like keyloggers, spywares, backdoors, and other malicious applications to a target system. You can hide malicious programs or files using methods such as rootkits, steganography, or NTFS data streams. I'll explain what that all is. So in this lab, we have a couple of tasks. The first task is to use a system monitoring and surveillance using PowerSpy. Today, employees are given access to a wide array of electronic communication equipment like email, instant messaging, global positioning systems, etc., etc. Many employees are provided with laptop, computer, and mobile phones that they can take home. Whether an employee can reasonably expect privacy, in large part on the security policy that the employer has put in place had made known to the employee. Employee monitoring allows organization to monitor employee activities and engagement with workplace related tasks. They basically check if you're active, if you're working or not. These monitoring services can help them analyze how much you have been contributing as as a the workforce for the organization. Let me just close this thing. Okay, give me a second here. Power Spy is a computer activity monitoring software that allows you to secretly log all users in a PC while they are unaware of it. So it's basically a spyware. Here, we will perform user setting monitoring and surveillance using Power Spy. Okay, the several points to keep in mind is important. The task only works if the target machine is turned on. We have learned to escalate privilege, and we will use the same technique to escalate privilege and dump password hashes. On obtaining the hashes, we will use password cracking applications like Responder, and we have used John, remember, for password cracking. Once we have the password, we'll establish a remote desktop connection and install keyloggers like PowerSpy. And the next task is to hide it, basically. So this is what we are going to do. This is going to be the flow. So we are going to switch into our Windows Server 2019 will be the target. Let's switch to 2022 because that will be the attacker in the scenario. Okay, there we go. It's running really slow. Let's restart this thing. Okay, it seems to be working now. Let's check if I'm able to log in. Okay, now I'm assured it's nothing on my end. It's their system which is actually responding very slow. I think we gotta wait for this one. saving. Let's wait for it to be saved and then we'll start again. So let's wait for it. I think there's some like synchronization issue with the CE
If you're presenting, there's no sound.
Hey guys, am I audible to you? Chad, Supon, Yusuf, anyone?
You are now. You are now.
I am now? Okay, glad. I'm so glad to know.
I,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, just give me a second. Yusuf, can you hear me? So let's talk about the seventh module, which is module of malware threats. Let's understand what are different kind of malwares and how they propagate and how they work. There are a few categories they are divided in, like Trojans, backdoor, rootkits, so on and so forth. There are total 10 categories mentioned in this particular module, so we're gonna learn about them one by one. So malwares are nothing but a piece of code. It's a malicious software with a motive to damage or disable computer systems, and it gives limited or full control of the system to the malware creator. A malware can also, basically, when we create a payload or when we are using an exploit, that can also be a malware, because ultimately it's a piece of code which is, you know, malicious. These malwares may delete files, slow down computers, steal personal information, send spam, or commit fraud, etc., etc., etc. Malware can perform various malicious activities, and there can be multiple motives of doing such kind of a development. What are different ways a malware can enter a system? Could be instant messenger applications, portable hardware, media, browsers and emails, very common. Insecure patch management, rogue or decoy application, untrusted websites. Another one of the most common method of spreading malwares. Downloading file from the internet, email attachments is one of the other. Network propagation. There is a category of malwares called worms. These are the ones which are responsible in network propagation. They basically keep spreading in the whole network. Installation by other malware, Bluetooth and virus networks, so on and so forth. Well, let's talk about the first category, instant messenger applications. The infection can occur via instant messaging applications like WhatsApp, LinkedIn, Google Hangouts, or whatsoever. People can send different kind of media files which can be infected and can be shared over these kind of platforms. Portable media can include CD, disk drives, or these days in hard drives, in pen drives, in USB sticks. They can share these kind of malwares. Then there is browser and email software bugs. I mean, all these categories are very much simply understood, because we know that how a malware can propagate. We are technical people. We understand what are the entry points into a system, and we just have seen some categories above as well. Okay, and what are the common ways the hackers can use to distribute malwares? This is one of the most successful one, which is black hat search engine optimization, ranking malware pages highly in search results. Let's say you go on Google and look for cracked software. Could be um, I don't know, any paid software like a cracked game, GTA 5. You look for a cracked version of it. The black hat search engine optimization will take down the original GTA website and will bring up this keyword very highly on the top, so that people will obviously click on this one because it's upcoming in the first results itself. Maybe in a couple of pages, it will be only this one. Then there is social engineered clickjacking. So clickjacking works in this way. Let's say this is a button that you see that is supposed to submit the form, right? But it actually is a mask. This mask is created upon a script which is running in the background, and the purpose of the script is to execute a specific kind of function. So they will make you click on the submit button, but ultimately you're basically clicking on a script. That's clickjacking. You must have seen on this kind of thing on movie websites. Generally, when you click on the play button, it opens numerous amount of ads, one by one by one. So that's clickjacking. Spear phishing. This is about mimicking legitimate institution in an attempt to steal login credentials. They might call you into the pretext of being PayPal or Bank of America and ask you for your credentials. Malvertising is again another form of advertisements. Compromised legitimate websites. People can actually hack into web servers and databases and can upload malwares there so that when genuine users come onto a genuine website, because the website is hacked, now they're having a malware in the system. That is also a possibility. Drive-by downloads. This is also really critical. Exploiting flaws in browser software to install malware just by visiting a web page. There's a technique. Assume that you open your email, right, and there is an email attachment, and you must have seen there are pictures sometimes in the emails as well. There are scripts that can be embedded behind that particular image so that when this image loads in your browser, that script will also execute automatically. This is a browser flaw actually. Browsers should always ask before executing any kind of script, and for that matter they should actually boycott any kind of script execution without a permission. But because of there is a flaw in the browser, that's why they are able to execute this kind of stuff. Then there is spam emails and RTF injection. Now this is something you might not know about. I'll explain about this in the upcoming content. RTF is rich text format. RTF injection involves features of Microsoft Office, such as could be Excel files, could be PDFs, could be doc files. In such kind of files, when they inject any kind of malware, it's called an RTF format injection basically. There is something called a macro, which is also kind of a script which can automate some process in Microsoft Office applications. And these macros can also be created with a malicious intent that can override your memory system, can also delete some files inside it, and do the various kind of stuff. Hackers know how things work. Component of malwares will include these things. First is a crypto. Crypto is nothing but a software that basically encrypts the whole thing. A crypto is a software that protects the malware from undergoing reverse engineering or analysis and making it hard to detect. Crypto will make it more encrypted and it will not be easily readable. Then there is a downloader. It's a type of a Trojan that downloads other malwares from the internet into the PC. Then there's a dropper. It's a type of a Trojan that covertly installs other malwares file on the system. So it's like it will just drop and leave like that. It will not leave any of its trace. It will just download the malwares and just go. But a downloader will stay there and keep downloading other kind of malwares all the time. Then there is exploit. We know what that is. It's a malicious code that breaches the security. There's injector, the program that injects the code into the vulnerable running process and changes how they execute to hide or prevent its removal. Obfuscator, it conceals the code and intend the purpose via various techniques. So basically, obfuscation is a process of hiding your code. So there is a program. If you guys have ever been into like Python or C Sharp or maybe Java programming, there is a method of code obfuscation where you can actually hide your complete code and it can be rendered unreadable for the end user to see. That's also one of the way of privacy for your code. There is Packer, the program that allows all file to bundle together into a single executable. It's like compilation of various kind of files into one single entity. That's what a Packer will do. We know what a payload is. A malicious code is nothing but a script with malicious intent. That's malicious code. So these are some of the component of malwares. Next we talk about okay. Okay, this is interesting. PUA, potentially unwanted applications. Now, this you must have seen on a lot of devices, maybe your Android phones. iOS does not have it because it's not open source. Android is open source. That is why a lot of people can develop their applications. There are iOS application developer also, but again, it's really tough to like publish it on the Apple Store directly. Okay. Potentially unwanted applications, also known as grayware or junkware, a potentially harmful application that may pose severe risk to security and privacy. Installed when downloading, installing freeware. It majorly happens when you are installing something like BitTorrent or even MuTorrent. When you download these things, they come along with some additional PUAs. And these PUA will look like they are really important, they're really good, they're free of cost. They will look like sparkling gold, but they are really not. They are really potentially harmful to you. They covertly monitor and alter data on your system and can also behave like a malware and give your access to somebody else. So that's in a nutshell, that's what a PUA is. Okay, now let's take a look at some practicals here. Yeah. Gaining access to the target using some Trojans. So we're going to use a Trojan called NJRAT, which can be used on Windows, by the way. So we're going to use it right here. EC Council servers are really slow these days. Today, I guess. I don't know. They're responding really slow. Okay, so we're going to talk about something called an NGRAT. So NGRAT is also given in our toolkit here in volume E, CEH, malware threats, Trojans, remote access Trojan, and there is NGRAT. So we'll be executing the ngrat version 0.7d exe with admin rights, of course, run as admin. So once it starts, it opens up this kind of a graphical user interface. We're going to work with this one very soon. This is the builder basically. So we'll click on the start. At the bottom of this interface, there is this option of builder right here. So we'll click on that, builder. This will help us create a Trojan of our own. You can see now in this basically portal, we have to put our credentials like the host IP address, the port number. Let's keep it default here. And let's leave everything else to default and click on build. This will ask you if you want to save it. Give it name, whatever you want. I'm going to save it on my desktop with the name as tester.exe. It's already having an extension below. So click on save. It created the new file, the tester.exe. That is basically our Trojan that we're going to execute on our other machine. It's funny that it's server 2022 because that was the one which wasn't working before. Let's see if it works now. Come on, man. We'll try with 2019 server, but because like 2022 server doesn't seem to be recording pretty much. So, I mean, doesn't seem to be opening pretty much. So we got to use this one. It's all right, not big deal. So we just created a Trojan here, tester.exe in our Windows 11 system. So we have to make it shareable. So basically, this E drive, that is a shareable drive, is there's another drive here which is available for all. It's like a share drive in the network. So there's Windows Server 2012, 2019. So I'm going to log into it. I'm going to put this tester on their on the desktop, and I'll come back to my NJRAT, which is open up here. When I go back to the 2019 server, I'm having this tester.exe executable. So we'll be running this executable on our 2019 server. Let's see what happens. Nothing happens here. But when I switch to my Windows 11, NGRAD is supposed to have an online. Okay, there it is. We have a hacked system with the PC name server 2019. And if you want to see what can we do, we can also see the remote desktop. You can just have to click on make a right click on remote desktop, and you can see their desktop view just like this. Now, isn't NGRAT better than Metasploit in taking reverse access? So it's just that you have to create an exe and you have to send it to somebody, and once they click on it, they're hacked. Simple as that. It doesn't need to be even in your own network. You just have to give your IP address, your public, your global IP address, and that's it. You can also see the remote cams. You can get the password. You can get the keyloggers. You can even open a chat there, like you can chat with that system, run a file if you want. You can also click on manager and see what other kind of things they have. You can see in the files what files they are having on their system. In the process manager, you can see what kind of services are running. In the connections, you can see what kind of incoming and outgoing connections they are having, what systems are, I mean, what softwares are connecting to the internet, registry keys, remote shells, and different services that they're running. Everything can be monitored with this NJRAT. NJRAT is short for a RAT is basically a remote administration tool, RAT. That's a RAT. But hackers have evolved it into a hacking tool instead of an administration tool. So that's how you can take an access of any machine with just NJRAT. It's that easy. You can do various kind of stuff with NJRAT, as I just mentioned. You can take a remote shell. You can do almost everything that an administrator can do. You can do as a hacker. Next, we'll work with a virus, infecting a system with a virus. It's very simple too. We have a virus maker, by the way, in Windows 11 itself, in our E drive, CH tools, module number 7, virus maker, JPS virus maker. There we have it. We're going to run this thing. There you go. So you can basically click and select whatever your virus want is supposed to do. You can command it. Basically, it's all the virus options. You want to disable registry, ms config, disable task manager, disable time, you know, disable Internet Explorer, disable WordPad, Notepad. Or you can do whatever you want. You can disable system restore, disable the taskbar, disable the start button, whatever you want. You can just completely make it unusable. You can make it crazy mouse, like the mouse will start moving everywhere, and also swap the mouse button. The right makes a left click and the left makes a right click, that kind of stuff. Disable Windows Update, disable command prompt. This will basically prevent anyone from being able to remove this virus in any possible way. They have to just clearly completely reset their system. Although recovery can be done, but yeah, you can remove Bluetooth, destroy the clipboard, enable remote desktop. By the way, you can enable it and then you can get access to it. Lock mouse and keyboard, the mouse and keyboard will stop working. Isn't that cool? Hide the taskbar, hide run, hide desktop icons, hide Windows clock, hide services, turn off Windows firewall, turn off Windows Defender, auto startup, disable not the drivers. Yeah, that's it. Disable control panel. That also can be done. Then you can give it a name, whatever you want. Let's say I want to name this service as sys update, and the server name could be something like explore.exe. So when I create it, I'll create it for x86 format and click on create virus. Virus successfully created. There I have it. You can see it is an explorer.exe with the thumbnail of an image, but it's an application that can be executed. And once I execute this on the target machine, various kind of things will be happening. So I'm going to execute it on my, again, the very old friend 2019 server. So on the desktop, I'm going to put this as well, explorer.exe. I'm going to switch back. I'm having it right here. And let's execute and see what happens. Well, it literally just crashed down. I think it crashed the system. I probably have to restart it or something. Okay, it just crashed the system. Okay. So yeah, this is what can happen when you are using such kind of a virus. We literally disabled every single thing, so it just stopped responding. I have to restart. Okay, guys, this is totally went unusable right now because I'm not able to log in with the right password either. So yeah, we have successfully hacked the 2019 server. So yeah, these were some of the demonstrations for some malwares that we can work with. That was about the malware threats. We have another module coming up, which is sniffing. Okay, so module number 8 we have is sniffing. So earlier modules have taught us how to damage systems by infecting them using malwares or exploits and payloads and that kind of stuff that can give us full control of the target system. But as an ethical hacker, it's also important to understand the network. It can also be compromised. And then packet sniffing is something that can help us understand that how hackers can really do that. Packet sniffing is the process where which actually monitors every single packet that is coming in and out of your system into the network and how it's actually being created, where it's being delivered, what's the functionality, and everything else.
Do you use Wireshark?
Yeah, of course, Wireshark is one of the packet sniffers. There is TCP dump, there is network mon. So there's a lot of other tools that can be used for the same. But for this, it is also important that you understand your protocols. There's a lot of protocols that works in the network. I mean, I know you guys are network geniuses already, but packet sniffing is one of the topics, so that's what we are working with.
Absolutely.
Mhm. Okay, so in this lab, we are going to work with MAC flooding using MACoff. So MAC flooding is a technique used to compromise the security of network switches that connect network segments of the network devices. Attackers use MAC flooding technique to force a switch to act as a hub so that they can easily sniff the traffic. MacOff is a Unix and Linux tool that is a part of the dsniff collection. dsniff is another suite of tools, just like Metasploit framework. It have a lot of other tools, and MacOff is one of them, which is for Mac flooding. This tool floods the switch's CAM tables by sending forged MAC entries. When the MAC tables filled up, the switch converts into a hub-like operation, and an attacker can easily, monitor whatever data is being broadcasted. See, switch's main function is to channelize all the information in a dedicated line, in a dedicated communication. But a hub will always like broadcast the whole message to all the other devices. So if a switch start working like a hub, a hacker can also listen to whatever other devices are getting as a message. So MAC flooding is the operation by which we can convert a switch into a hub and can actually see whatever is being transacted in the network. How it is done, we'll just take a look with our very own Parrot operating system. I can see chat just got activated. I mean, he's all up now. This is something that you guys are aware of, and this all makes sense to you. So I can see that. Okay. So first off, we will start the Wireshark, the very old friend of yours and mine. It's in the internet, I believe. No, pen testing, wireless pen testing. Damn it, what's wrong with it? Yeah, information gathering, and then there is Wireshark. Yep. If you're not able to find it this way, it's very simple. You can just click on the menu button at the bottom and type Wireshark, so you'll get it as well. Simple. Since you know a lot about Wireshark already, so basically you just have to select the interface here, and based on that interface, you'll be able to see what kind of traffic is coming and going out of it. We can analyze it. So we just open this particular interface, and there we have the traffic going on in this particular interface. Next, we are going to use the Mac off. So I'm going to open the terminal right here. Okay, so the command for Mac off is simple. Oh, hold on. Let me just be the root. Yeah. So Mac off, just have to type it. Then you have to give the interface where you want to make this kind of an attack, and then you have to specify the number of packets that you need to send. So in this example, they are sending the 10 packets that we can at least analyze and see like what you can see what we are getting in the network traffic. You can also target a single system by issuing the command, the -d, which will be the destination IP address. If I put here -d and then 10.10.1.11, then this will be the target for this MAC flooding. But as of now, I just want to do it on my interface and see the result out of it. This command will start flooding the CAM table with random MAC addresses as shown on the screenshot. Enter, and we can see it happening. There you go. Now, if I switch to Wireshark and observe IP4 packets from random IP address, we can see it this way. Let me just full screen this thing. Yeah. Yeah, you can see these are IPv4 protocol packets that are captured in this particular range. If I click on any one of them, let's say I click on frame number 269. Okay, hold on. Let me just remove this hexadecimal thing from the bottom. Packet bytes, we don't need it. Okay, better. So here we have IPv4 packets, and if I click on them and expand the Ethernet 2 node over here, you can see information regarding the source and destination is displayed as shown in the screenshot, just like this one, which is the source and the destination MAC addresses. So basically, MACoff sends the packets with random MAC address and IP address to all the active machines in local network. If you are using multiple targets, you will observe the same packets on all the target machine. This actually confirms the same process. This concludes the demonstration of how MAC flooding can be done using MACoff. You can use it to take down any switch if that is in the network. You just have to give out the IP address for the same switch, or you can do it this way. Okay, this was just a demonstration basically, but for the targeted one, you have to use -d as a target, and it will start sending MAC addresses from random sources to that particular system or that particular target. Next is the DHCP starvation attack using something called a Yersinia. It's a tool as well. In a DHCP, so we know that DHCP is associated with IP allocation. It's short for Dynamic Host Control Protocol. We all know that. So in this attack, an attacker floods the DHCP server by sending large number of DHCP requests, uses all the IP addresses that the DHCP can ever issue. This will exhaust the DHCP server. It will make it starve, and that's why the name is DHCP starvation. This will basically prevent any other device from connecting to your network and will make it rendered unusable. Because of this issue, valid users cannot obtain or renew their IP addresses, and thus they fail to access their network. This attack to be performed can be performed by using various tools such as Yersinia and Heine. That's like weird names. Uh, how do you pronounce it? Isn't it Heine? Why, I don't know why it sounds really inappropriate, but please don't mind that. Okay. Yersinia is a network tool designed to take advantage of weaknesses in network protocols such as DHCP. So let's start working with it. I'm going to start a new packet capture session here in Wireshark, and let's get back to my terminal because we're going to use Yersinia here. So the syntax for Yersinia is Yersinia space hyphen capital I. It is starts the interactive session, basically. Yersinia hyphen capital I. Just enter. All right, this is the kind of interface we got. Looks really cool. Remove the notification window. Okay, any free to continue. We are just following up the steps. So we have some available commands as we can see. Okay, there are the available commands. We can execute an attack, edit interfaces, hex packet, viewing, list capture files, so on and so forth. There's a lot of things that we can do with Yersinia. So first of all, we'll click Q to quit this, this command window, and we will press F2 to select the DHCP mode. All right. Okay, now it's in the DHCP mode. Over here, you can see on the top it says DHCP mode. Fair enough. STP fields in the lower section of the chain to DHCP field as shown in the screenshot. You can also see it here. DHCP fields right here, as mentioned. Press X to list the available attacks. We have seen the command. X is to show like what kind of commands you can do. Sending raw packets, sending discover packets, creating DHCP rogue server, sending release packets. So here we'll be sending discover packets, by the way. So we use our mouse or we use the number keys like number one. When I click on number one, basically it will select the first option. If I click number zero, so on and so forth, press one to start the DHCP starvation attack by sending discovery packets basically. Now you're seeing it start sending DHCP packets to the network adapter and all active machine and local as shown in the screenshot. You can see it's just like sending all the um, packets to all the machines on the network. After a few seconds, press Q to stop an attack and terminate is seen as shown. Now, when you switch to Wireshark, you will be able to see these many DHCP requests. See that? Now, imagine if I do this for maybe a few more minutes. There is a big potential it can really starve the DHCP and the devices will start disconnecting. If I click on this frame right here, you can see this is a broadcast request. This is a discovery request for the DHCP protocol itself. So this concludes the demonstration of how a DHCP starvation attack can be done with our tool called Yersinia. Now we're going to work with something called an ARP poisoning. This is really interesting, by the way. ARP poisoning is fun. The rest, everything is okay, good as well. I mean, I'm not undermining all that stuff, but ARP is something that I personally like. Okay, working with Wireshark now. So let me just see if I can start a new session. Okay, I have to start Wireshark again. This parrot is stopped responding. This is funny. It's acting funny. It's not responding to me. Let me restart this lab in that case. Okay, ARP poisoning. Yeah, here we are. Okay, so for this we'll use a couple of tools. One of the tool is ARP spoof. The syntax is given here. ARP spoofs -I, which is to define the interface we are working with, of course, ETH. The T is the target IP address. But before we put the target IP address, we also have to put a gateway IP address to which every device is connected, basically. Gateway's IP address is your, your router's IP address. I think it's 1.1, and it's 10.11. That is our target. It's our Windows machine, by the way. So when I basically execute this command, this will tell the router that the MAC address that was assigned to this machine is actually with me. So this way I'll be able to spoof my MAC address in there. So when I press enter, it'll start sending packets. Damn it. And you can see in the Wireshark, we can also capture their packet transaction is going on. ARP packets right here. Okay, so this basically shows that this address is being used by my machine. Now let me just stop it right here. And now if I do it again, let's take a look. What do we have here in Wireshark? This should now be marked as a duplicate packet, probably. Okay, let's try one more time. A few packets, and we can see it in the ARP in the background in Wireshark. We are receiving the packets here. With this MAC address. And if you will see, my MAC address for Parrot OS is right here, 125BE3, right? And my IP address is 1.13. But when I see in the Wireshark, what's being sent is 1.11 is at this MAC address. So I just actually spoofed the MAC address here. But if I redo it again and again, it also mentions here a duplicate use of the same MAC address at 10.11. Because now when I stopped the scan, it was reassigned back to me, and now the network is really confused that if it is assigned to 1.11, how is it having a duplicate one at 1.13? So that kind of conflict is being erased here. But this way, I can actually spoof the MAC address here. You can see at 1.13 till 1.11, duplicate use of the MAC address. Also in use by this particular device. Duplicate IP detected for 1.11. So this actually concludes that how hackers can really spoof ARP cache and MAC addresses replaced. But for MAC address manipulation, there's also another amazing tool called MAC Changer. In your network, you can also use it. Let me see if it is already pre-installed. Yeah. So the usage is pretty simple. In your terminal, you have to type MAC Changer, oh, MAC Changer actually, hyphen H. Shows you the help menu, and you can check all the devices in your network. Let's say we have 1.11, which is my Windows device, basically, my Windows 11. And if I check the ARP scan, this will show me all the devices in my current network with their MAC addresses. And 1.11 is assigned this MAC address right here. You can see, right? I'll copy this. Oops. Yeah. I will copy this with my mouse. And in the MAC changer command, I have a feature here to provide a custom MAC address to my interface. So -m will provide a custom MAC address that I can provide to my interface. So I'll type MAC changer -m, provide the MAC address that I want to spoof, type -i to give the interface that I'm working with, and then eth0, which is my interface where I want this MAC address. When I press enter, oh, I don't need to provide -i actually, I forgot. Yeah, eth0. Could not change. Insufficient interface or insufficient information. Device resource busy. Okay, let me try with the sudo. Hmm. You know what? Let me try this in my Kali Linux. Okay, so I have my Kali up and booted. Okay. Right. Okay, so before I use Mac Changer, I need to confirm how many other devices are there in my network. So there's, let's suppose I want to this MAC address on my IP. If you will check, this is the MAC address that I'm currently having right here, and I'll be switching it with the another one, which is this one. So I'm going to copy this, copy selection, sudo MAC changer -m, this MAC address that I want to spoof, and then my interface ET at 0. I press enter. My current MAC address have changed, although the permanent is of course the one that my hardware have it, but in my network now my MAC address is shown as this one. So now if I check, so this way basically I can do spoof my MAC address. You can see now it is showing up here as well, which is completely changed than my original MAC address. So this way MAC address can be spoofed, and this is a live proof for the same. Just a second. Now let's talk about performing the man-in-the-middle attack using Cain and Abel. So an attacker can obtain usernames and password using various techniques by capturing data packets. By merely capturing packets enough, attackers can extract target usernames and password in whatever is being transacted. This could be done for various protocols, by the way, for SSH, TCP, UDP, FTP, whatever. An MITM attack is used to intrude into an existing connection between systems and intercept the messages being exchanged. So that's what MITM is about. MITM is short for man in the middle, and these attacks are varied and can be carried out on a switched LAN. Cain and Abel is a password recovery tool that allows the recovery of password by sniffing the network and cracking encrypted passwords. Just like Responder and John, there is something called Cain and Abel. It's like a suite as well. It's a suite of tools. The ARP poisoning feature of Cain and Abel involves sending free spoofed ARPs to the network host victims. This spoofed ARP can make it easier for an attack a middleman. We will just see the demonstration for this. We're gonna attack our 2019 server, or actually 2019 is going to be this time the attacker. So that is for a change. Okay, that's our Windows 2019 server. Now I'm going to search for Kane enable. It's pre-installed in here, which is good. Here it is, Kane enable software. This is the basic interface. We will be clicking on configure on the very top. And here by default, we have already the sniffer tab activated. You can see it's already selected. So here we have to just confirm that the adapter that is being displayed should have the IP address of this machine. If you have to check the IP address for my current system, it's 1.19, the same IP address as mentioned in the adapter. Once this is confirmed, click apply, click OK, confirmed it. Fair enough. Now click the start button to, begin the process. This is the button that we have to start the sniffer. Let me just mark it for you. Right here, this button. So when you hover your mouse up on it, you will see a tooltip. It says start or stop sniffer. When I click on that, it will begin this kind of like a pop-up. You click OK, it will start working in the background. Now, because we started the sniffer from decoders, we have to basically switch into the sniffers tab. We'll go in there and see what's up. Okay, as of now, nothing in here. Now, because the sniffer is activated, we'll start sniffing for different kind of MAC addresses. Click on this plus icon right here. This is to add the MAC address that you want to basically scan for. So you can do it this way. Either you can scan all the hosts in your subnet, or you can give it a particular range that you want to scan with. So I'm just gonna, click on all the host, and I will also be clicking on all test here. Yep, and click OK. Now we'll start scanning for MAC addresses in my network. Let's wait for it to complete. It's basically running all the tests that we selected, so we have to wait for them. Okay. Now, once you have scanned all the MAC and ARP addresses, we'll be clicking on this ARP tab at the bottom. This will open all the ARP tables so we can have a look at them. Click on it and you will see this kind of thing. Now, this is where we will actually start the ARP poisoning. We have started the sniffing, we have collected all the MAC addresses. Now we'll start poisoning the ARP tables. So you have to click on again on the plus icon, and you have to select basically your target and your host. So we'll be monitoring the communication between Windows 11 and Windows Server 2022. So we'll select these two IP addresses here. Windows 11 on the left and 2022 on the right. So you can see right here. Once the selection is done, we have to click on the ARP poisoning attack button, which is start ARP poisoning, which is this one, this yellow nuclear bomb button. I don't know why they kept it that way, but it's okay. Yeah. So when you click on it, it'll start poisoning. Now, once the poisoning is confirmed, we'll switch to our Windows 2022. Let's see what is there. I hope this boots up now. Come on, man. Okay, finally it's coming up. They fixed it. Okay, so here in this system, I will try opening CMD and try to connect on a protocol, let's say file transfer protocol, the FTP. I'll type FTP and I'll try to connect with the FTP portal on my Windows 11 system. The IP is 10.10.11.1, 1.11, sorry. And when I press enter, it will be asking the credentials like username and password. I will put the password for Jason. The password is QWERTY. We have cracked this before, if you remember. So the user is logged in. Now I have the FTP communication right here. If I go back in 2019 server, where I have actually started the ARP poisoning between the two devices, the 11 and 22, if I go back in 19, I'll be able to see these kind of credential transaction taking place. So when I click on passwords down below, at the bottom, there is a password table here. You can see. This is where all the cracked passwords will be shown. Well, it did not sniffed. Okay, this is weird. Okay, there's one credential for FTP. Okay, I didn't selected that. Sorry. So the list of the passwords are mentioned here. You have to select the protocol based on which you want to crack the password for, and it actually captured for a file transfer protocol. When you click on it, you will see it was captured. Now this transaction was basically going on between 11 and 22, but because 2019 was in the between, in the middle, and was able to, intercept all the packets that were being sent and received, it was also able to capture this credential that was inserted. So this is the prime example of ARP poisoning. We'll quickly go through it again. So 2019 basically captured the MAC addresses, captured the ARP table. Once everything was captured, it selected the targets. Select target 1, which is Windows 11. Select target 2, 2022. Once both the targets are selected, it started the ARP poisoning, and automatically it was capturing all the credentials that was going on between the two devices, and we are able to see that in the password section right here. This Kane enable tool is really old, but even in 20th century technology, it still works. So that is a prime example for ARP poisoning attack. Well, see, spoofing MAC address in TMAC and SMAC, this is for spoofing in Windows. We have already seen MAC changer in Linux. we'll check how we can spoof a MAC address in Windows. We'll be using TMAC first, that is Technetium MAC Address Changer. It works somewhat similar to MAC Changer. It's just that it have a graphical user interface instead of a command line interface. So that's the only difference. TMAC is also already available in our system in Windows 11. Okay, TMAC. Select yes. Okay, it says that when this kind of pop-up shows up, click on no. Do you want to associate the preset file, address changer now? Click no, like the way they have asked. Fair enough. In TMAC, well, see, SMAC is a very old utility that used to work till Windows 10 and also with a specific build number. But TMAC is something that works with like all the platforms. That's why we use TMAC more comparatively than SMAC. Okay. So in the TMAC window, choose a network adapter for the target machine which you want to basically work with. So the adapter is, of course, the Ethernet adapter. We can use any one of them. We will choose the first one. Original MAC address is 000. This is the one that we actually have working. So we're going to select the second one. And then I can click on random MAC generator. When I click on this, it will generate a random MAC address. And when I click on change now, it will actually change the MAC address from this to any random MAC address that I give. I click on change now. Changing MAC address, change successful. There you go. Active MAC address is changed. At the bottom, you can see this one. From Microsoft Corporation, it became Amscreen Group, whatever it is. I can generate any other random MAC address and I can keep on changing. See, it is just changing the MAC address that is being registered in your, like, I mean, in the network, but it is never going to change your hardware physical address because, see, MAC address is associated to your NIC card, which is network interface card. So that is associated with the hardware itself. So it is never going to completely change it. It's just going to spoof it. It's going to create a mask over it, but it will never be able to replace it. So that is something that you should know. I mean, you guys already know it, but I'm just specifying it for those who don't. So yeah, that's how you can change with TMAC. And as I told you, SMAC is an older version, so I really would not recommend it. TMAC works with every version of Windows and have better functionalities than SMAC and is also like better at working um, in operation. We have already seen MAC changer, so I'm not going to show it again. We have already seen how it works. So that was the end of this particular lab. We have lab number 2, performing network sniffing using various sniffing tools. We already know how sniffing works in Wireshark, so I'm going to skip that, but we'll work with the other tools that we have here. Where's TCP dump? Why haven't they added TCP dump? Okay, I think in wireless security, I'll show you how TCP dump works. It is very much similar to Wireshark. We already know Wireshark, so we will not waste our time on that. Or I will show in wireless network security itself. I'll just briefly introduce TCP dump and Wireshark both. But let's complete this one, which is detecting the network sniffing. In previous lab, we have seen like how attackers can, perform such kind of attacks and do different kind of stuff. But as ethical hacker, we should also be knowing how we can detect these kind of things happening. So first, we'll be detecting ERP poisoning and promiscuous mode in switch-based network. We'll again switch to our old friend Kane enable. Oh, I closed it by mistake. There you go. Okay, again, go into the configure. Just confirm that everything is good. Click OK. Fair enough. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Click on Start or Stop Sniffer. This will start the sniffer in your network. Once this is done, click on this button, the Add button. Couldn't. Oh, hold on. Why? Oh, go on the Sniffer tab and then click on this button, which will basically start scanning. As we know, it will just scan all the MAC addresses in the network. Okay, we have got all these IP addresses. Now you know what to do next is go into the ARP table, click in there, select your target. We already have a target here, correct? And for this, we will start sniffing. Oh, sorry, ARP poisoning from here. Start stop ARP. Okay, once this is done, we will switch to parrot security because this is where we'll start detecting it. We are hackers. We're going to use Linux, of course. I mean, hackers also use Windows, like the way we are using Kane enable, but Linux is cool. Right. Okay. So here we are going to use a command, which is hping command, hping3 command. So I'm going to type in hping3 IP for my Windows. Oh, damn. And then I'll type -c. -c is to send a specific count of packets. So it defines like how many packets you want to send basically. So here I will be sending 100,000 packets. Right? Now when I press enter, it will start pinging the target machine. Oh, I need to do it with sudo. Damn it. Okay, hold on. Yeah, right, okay. So hping3 10.10.1.11 -c 100,000. There you go. Okay. So it started sending these packets to that particular server. Now leave the command running and immediately click on 2019. And here I'll go into Wireshark. Now in Wireshark, we will switch to the edit menu and click on preferences here. In the preferences, we'll be tweaking up with the promiscuous mode here. So scroll down to protocols. I can't find the ARP here. Oh, there it is. ARP or ARP. You select that tab first and click on detect ARP request storms. You can also check if it is not checked. You have to check mark the detect duplicate IP address configuration and click OK. Now this will check for duplicacy and repetition of a single IP address or a MAC address. Not MAC, but an IP address for sure. Now double click on the adapter associated here, which is Ethernet 2. So we'll select that, and Wireshark will begin the capture packet capture. Hmm. Okay, it started the packet capturing here now. In Kane and Able, it also is actually transacting the packets in between the two devices. Now let's stop this packet capture, and on the analyze tab here, analyze option, there is an option of export information. When you click on that, it will show you all the warnings here, like DNS response transmission, duplicate IP address configured, like 10.11, duplicate ACK. So this is basically able to detect if there is any duplicacy in the IP address. So this concludes the demonstration of how you can detect ARP poisoning. If you see this kind of thing, that means this device is being duplicated. It is being replicated in your network, and it needs a reassignment or a reconfiguration. So that was the demonstration for detection of IP addresses, detection of ARP poisoning with Wireshark. HPing 3 was just to send and receive packets between the two devices. Now we'll detect the promiscuous mode here. In Windows 11, we'll start with Nmap. Did I close the cane here? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Sorry, I have to start it again real quick. Okay, give me a second. Starting the sniffer. Okay. In the sniffer, we detect everything. It's already there, but still, for the sake of it. Okay, we have the MAC addresses. Quickly, we'll switch to ARP table here. We have it already. ARP Wasn't continued. Okay, fair enough. Now let's switch to Windows 11. Or basically, we have to execute an nmap command. So we can also do it in PowerTOS, by the way. So I will prefer the CLI version instead of the GUI. Okay. Here I'm gonna type nmap. Oh, yeah, it's root. Nmap. Then I'm gonna use a nmap script, which is to detect sniffer. Script equals to sniffer hyphen detect. It will find the if the target IP address or that IP range is having any sniffer that is running on that particular endpoint. 10.10. See, I can also give a range here, by the way. I can also give a particular IP address. I'm not going to waste time by giving it a range because it will start scanning all the IP addresses of my network. I'll just give you 1.19, which is the actual target. So you can see how it looks like. You will see at the end, the host script result says that it is likely in the promiscuous mode. That means there is some sort of sniffer that is running on the target machine. And this way you can document with the nmap scan that that machine is possibly running some sort of a sniffer, like an ARP positioning tool or back spoofing tool or something like that. So that was the end for this one. By detection, I'm going to end this module right here. Now, I can see like we have already been connected for straight 3 hours. So how about we take another 15 minutes of break and then we'll cover up the rest of the module, which is social engineering. All right. Right. So let's start with our next module, which is social engineering. Small, little, easy, but it's pretty useful. Let's wait for it to come load. Okay, so let's begin with the social engineering module. See, in the very beginning of the sessions, I used to say one phrase that there is no limit to human stupidity, and that is a big thing in cybersecurity domain for sure. You can make the machines foolproof, you can make them really good, but it's also about, how efficient the employees are. As you can see, organization falls victim to social engineering tactics despite having some strong security policies and solutions in place. Cyber criminals are increasingly using social engineering techniques to target people's weakness and play on their good natures. Social engineering is an art of manipulating people to divulge sensitive information that can be used to perform some kind of malicious action. Because social engineering targets human weakness, even organizations with strong security policies are vulnerable to it. The impact of social engineering attacks on organization can include economic loss, damage of goodwill, loss of privacy, terrorism, lawsuits, arbitration, and temporary and permanent closure. So we'll do some task and understand like how social engineering actually works in the real case scenario. There are various techniques of doing it. One of them is sniffing credentials through this thing called a social engineer toolkit, SET. This is a toolkit that is already pre-installed in your Linux, the Parrot OS, and even in Kali as well, by the way. It's also already pre-installed in Kali. So in your terminal, we just switch to root quickly. Come on. Okay. So, okay. Hmm. When I do ls in my home directory, I have this thing called social engineer toolkit. So I just have to go in there. When I list, there are certain kind of tools and scripts. I will be just executing the script, the set SE toolkit, just the way they have explained, SE toolkit. You agree with the terms of service? Yes, I do. Type Y and press enter. And there you have the toolkit interface right here. There's a list of options that can be seen. So there is social engineering attacks, penetration testing attacks, third-party modules, and stuff like that. So we will select the second option. Um, we'll select the first option, of course, for social engineering attacks. Press 1 and then press enter. Next, it's up to you what kind of attack you want to make. I'm going to show you a demonstration for website attack vectors. I'm going to select number 2 and press enter. In web attack, there is different kind of stuff that you can do. There is Java applet attack, Metasploit browser exploit, credential harvester, tab nabbing, webjacking, multi-attack, HTA attack. There's a description as well over here if you scroll up a little bit, which defines multi-attack method will add a combination of attacks. HTA will allow you to clone a site and perform a PowerShell injection, so on and so forth with all the description. We are going to do credential harvester attack. We are going to harvest some credentials from different victims. Number 3, enter. Ask me like, what do I want here? If I want a website template or something like that. So I'm going to clone a website, by the way. So I'm going to press number 2 and selected. Now it's asking for IP address of postback in harvester. So we have to give the IP address where it exactly want to, get the results from victims. So I have to give my IP address, which is 10.1, 10.1.13. Now it's asked me to clone the URL. So we can actually clone any URL. In this example, they have cloned the moviescope.com. Let me just check if moviescope.com actually exists. Oh, it does not. Movie scope. That's it, right? Moviescope.com. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't work anymore, at least. It's okay. So either we can also clone Altoro Mutual. We have this one for sure. So we have the sign-in feature right here. So I'll just copy this and see. Let's see if we can clone it. Paste. Oh, it doesn't work. Sorry, I have to type it in here. Rather than this, actually, I'll show you the other way around. Web attack vectors, credential harvesting, web templates. Let's go with that. 10.10.1.13. Okay. So we have three templates right here. One of them is Java required, then Google and Twitter. Let's select Google. You will see what happens. The credential harvester is running on port number 80, by the way. So if I open my browser right here, you can see there's a Google login page that it hosted. Now, whatever credentials of the victim will put in this particular section, chatsharma.com, and click on sign in, this information will be redirected to this terminal page, basically. And you can see it have already got my credentials right here. Now imagine if I can host this on the internet and I connect my IP address to, if I can forward my IP address on a domain, and a domain looks something like this. There are different ways of hosting a website as well. What if a domain looks like Google Authentication Security dot technical team dot itech itechno.com. This kind of websites are really deceiving because initially when general public who are non-IT people, when they read it, they read with the first thing Google Authentication Security, right? And then they read technical team. And what if I can make it dot gmailtechsupport.com? I can still assure you, if I am going to target people, 80% of people will give me their Gmail address. And this is a proven thing. People do fall for these kind of things very easily. And if this kind of website is opening this page that is asking for Gmail account credentials, they will fall for it. And there is a big possibility for that. So this is social engineering toolkit, and this is how you can create fake pages. You can ask for fake kind of credentials, and you can harvest it right here. They have given a different example, but the website they are using, it doesn't really work. So I chose another way of showing you this social engineering toolkit. Now, how would you really detect a phishing attack? So there are two things that we are going to use. One is Netcraft, and then there is Fish Tank. Netcraft is a kind of a extension that can be added to your phone or even to your, you know, Windows system. Netcraft.com/apps. go on their browser protection, click on learn more, and then they have browser extensions, by the way. Come on, just give me the download button. Okay, the browser can be downloaded from your browser store by clicking on the icon below. So I'm using a Firefox. I click on the Firefox icon. So when I click on that, it takes me to the Netcraft here, right here. When I click on add to Firefox, basically this will detect automatically if the website is having any malicious content to it, right? And also will tell you if this is copied or having any kind of malicious script that is running in the background. So if there is anything like that, it will basically notify me automatically. I'll show you how this works. Okay, so there is this website, certifiedhacker.com. When I go on this website and I click on the Netcraft, you can see here the risk rating is 0. Country is this, site rank is given here, host is unified layer, SSL v3 is not supported, first seen on January 2018. This is the URL. So basically, this gives me a good report on how the site actually works and how this site is, if it is healthy or not. Additionally, if you want the risk ratings and everything like that, you can also visit on VirusTotal. I've told you about that too, if you remember. VirusTotal also gives you, like, if there is any malicious thing that is going on a website on a URL, you just give the URL right here, enter, and you'll be able to see. It will scan with 100 different types of antiviruses and will give you the appropriate results right here. You can also look into the details. This is the registrar information, when it was created, last analysis date. So there's a lot of information that is helpful here. So this is how you can detect with Netcraft. If there is any phishing website, this is how it will looks like. The extension will open this kind of a page, suspected phishing, that this website seems to be having, something malicious that you should not be visiting. So it will show up like this, which is good, isn't it? Next, we have this thing called Fish Tank. Um, okay, let's also have a look at it. Okay, so if you are not sure of if the website is secure or if it is good enough or not, you can also submit it to Fish Tank. If the site is a phishing site, Phishtank returns a result that says the website is a fish. That's it. So if I look for this one, copy it, and I try to paste it, will it? No, okay. It's b-right.ru/confirm. Let's see if this is a phishing one. Is it a fish or not? Okay, it says nothing to know about it. Okay, they have also recent submissions by different people for a phishing website. So let's try visiting this one. This seems to be a phishing as per them. Oh, the website is not even found now. Tayo's delivery or whatever it is. Okay. Okay, now the risk rating is 10. You can see it's showing a red line here. That means this is something malicious. We should not be visiting this. There is no SSL support here, and risk rating is 10. So if rating is 10, that means it is severely critical. So just get out of it. So this also confirms how Netcraft work, and Fish Tank is also a good platform for this kind of research purpose. This is another one, ALE Shop. Again, risk rating 10. Get out of it. Simple. This is a phishing website for sure. So yeah, these are the two tools that can be used. Now, auditing your organization's phishing attacks. How would you audit? There is a platform called OFish. Okay, I think we have to come to this later on. Well, yet there is another tool that also can be used for phishing purposes. Let me just show you that. Okay, let me just show you the demo for this. Okay, so I will be using a tool here, which is eFisher. It's available on GitHub. When you just go on Google and type zfisher, you will see this, a phishing tool with 30 different kind of variations that can be used, 30 plus templates of variations. So you just have to copy this link, copy link, go back into terminal and type here sudo git clone, and then paste the link in there. I will download this zfisher for me. Now I have zfisher like extracted from the link in here. I will just go in the folder. There are some files that I have to execute and work with. So this is the executable file for zfisher. I can execute it with a /zfisher.sh. When I do it, it will open this kind of an interface for me. Let's wait for it. Error occurred when downloading Cloudflare. Okay, let's try again. I see. If you ever face this kind of thing, just revisit their GitHub page and see what is their installation steps. That's pretty much it. I don't think so this will be an issue. Cannot create directory, permission denied. Let's see, Fisher. See if it works. Oh yeah, it worked. Was just the issue with the location probably. Now I have all these 33 templates through which I can choose from. Let's say I go with LinkedIn. Okay, I select number 14, 14, and I press enter. It's asking me where I want to host it. Do I want to host it on localhost, or I want to share it somebody over the internet? It is Cloudflare can be auto directed, local expose, new maximum 15 minutes duration. So let's go with the local host for now, for an example. Do you want a custom port? No. And this is the URL. Let me show you the demonstration for this URL. I'm going to open Firefox right on the side of it. And I'm going to open this URL in the Firefox. You can see this is how it looks like. This is a sign-in page for LinkedIn. Looks really official, all the logo and branding and everything. So when I put my credentials in here, and I click on sign in, you see the credentials are automatically logged in right here. And this link can be sent to 1,000 plus people because it will automatically wait for the next login until you control C to exit. So this can be sent to a mass amount of people, and you can do the credential harvesting here. It's the same process but a different tool that is being used. Although this URL would need to be forwarded to some domain name, right? And you might have to host it somewhere else. But yeah, this can be done. This is pretty possible. And this was yet another demonstration for another tool that can be used for social engineering. So on that note, we come to an end for all these modules for today's quota. We have covered almost on not almost actually total 9 modules today. Officially, there's a couple of topics that we can definitely cover up in the upcoming sessions. We have 11 more modules which will be covered tomorrow. So yeah, be prepared for that. Till then, if there is anything that you would like to ask or you want me to repeat, feel free for that. We have time left, so we can discuss all that stuff. Sure. See, URL authentication can be checked with the help of VirusTotal. You can definitely look at it, and your VirusTotal will automatically check and verify the source of the URL. It will scan the URL as well on your behalf with 100 different antiviruses, and will give you the appropriate result based on that scan. So VirusTotal will be the best solution for scanning URLs and checking their content. Of course, if you don't trust them. So you can just visit VirusTotal website and put the URL in there, and that's it. Well, that is okay. To target an HTTPS website. Do you mean to replicate an HTTPS website? Is that what you mean? Or will he use it for phishing?
Yeah, I am just wondering about the phishing. They are can attack for this. The I know the HTTPS always secures, right?
Uh-huh. See,
So,
SSL layer is something that it can be added to any website. Although
uh,
SSL layer is sometimes expensive and cheap based on how secure it is, and there are even free versions of SSLs as well. So for phishing purposes, they will always use a free version that can be easily detected by any antivirus and also with Netcraft extension. So even if they are using HTTPS, they can still be detected if they are, I mean, phishing website.
Okay. And I have another question just in my
Sure.
mind. Yeah.
Sure.
Sometimes people they are using the VPN, so they are hide their
Uh-huh.
IP. So
Uh-huh.
different type of company they are give us the free, or sometimes they are buy the
Mm-hmm.
packages 1 year, 1 month. So
Right.
the VPN is why they are using. They are hide the IP. So it is secured, or I think
Okay.
is
I will say that not all VPN are secure, but I can say, see, the thing is, if anything is coming to you for free, then you are the product. Okay. So nothing is free today.
yeah.
Everything have a cost to it. So it's like it depends on what exactly you are trying to, what exactly you are putting at stake. So if you are ready to put stake at your privacy, and then you are willing to, use a VPN, maybe then you can go for it. But still, a lot of VPN services are there which are really good, which really provide good services, and they are also being, monitored, and they stick to their words. There are a couple of them. Like there is this VPN called Ghost VPN, which is pretty good enough than compared to the rest of them. There is this Proton VPN that I have already recommended before. So
Mhm.
these are some of the couple of services which are really good and have proven their like grounds in the past few years. So I choose to prefer these couple of services.
How do we believe this the VPN company? Because I think sometimes they are known everything of my the when I go
Uh
website
huh.
and everything they are known
Right.
my. Yeah.
Right.
So
Right. Right.
how to trust there?
I mean, this okay. So there is this. There's no such like kind of a checklist that you have to follow to trust them or not. But again, it comes with experience. It depends on how much research you do, how much policies you read, and also you can speak with some people with experience who have been using these things a couple of for a while. You can also depend on the community as well, because they also provide you sometimes really good information based on their experience and usage. So yeah, there is no such kind of checklist that you can follow for this kind of a result. But again, everything is about time.
And today, no, if you have time tomorrow, but I want to know more how to checklist. You are already complete these the lessons.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever our like as I am in the IT support technician in my company, so my lots of the
Mm-hmm.
employee they are working their decks. So how to I check what website they are browsing, or uh,
Mm-hmm.
it's I can easily check for our firewall or the uh,
Mm-hmm.
but sometimes how to I identify what they are doing their computer. This is any option for the audit list, but I like as the spy thing.
As I told you about that NJRAT thing, you
Hmm.
can definitely create an NJRAT executable for all your systems, and you can execute it on them, and they will be. You can make it persistent. NJRAT have that feature of persistence. So even if they restart it, or even if they reset their computer, whatever they do, it will still stay there. There is just an option for persistent. You have to check mark. That's all you got to do. Simple. NJRAT is a great example for it. I will see if I can also show you another example for any what do you say, a privacy monitor or something like that. See, these
Hmm.
kind of things comes under illegitimate activities. So CH do not really promote it, but still there are some tools that can be understood for this practice purpose. So I'll see if I can show you that in the due time that we have tomorrow.
Okay,
Okay.
that's good idea.
Yeah.
But I know the employee they are don't know what are I'm doing, because we sometimes we need to understand what they are doing, and
No, no, I understand.
yeah. So
I understand
sometimes,
your perspective and I understand your concern, what you're asking about.
yeah, but
But see,
sometimes
from a
our higher
training perspective,
authority, yeah,
yeah.
sometimes our higher authority they are asking me, can you please give me the audit list, what employee they are, what are they are doing, or they
Uh-huh.
are browsing in your website. So we can easily find out from the firewall which website they are using, which IP they are using. But I want to know the easy things. We can easily find out. Uh, You know that. Yeah.
Okay, I got you what you're asking for. Fine, I'll see how much I can share tomorrow.
Okay.
There are a couple of stuff. I'll give you some references. I'll also
Mhm.
share some links. Maybe you can also have a look at them
Okay.
and see if they are useful.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm really
No problem.
enjoying your class.
Thank
I
you so
learned
much. Really
more.
appreciate that.
Yeah, I learned more of things from there.
Great. I'm really glad you're able to enjoy these things. And also, this is for all of you, by the way. I'll be really, really grateful if you can please provide your positive feedback to your training providers and also share your experience with them after the session, of course. Tomorrow, after tomorrow's session, you can share it with them. It will be helpful for me to maintain my portfolio also as a trainer. I hope you
Yeah.
understand. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm pretty impressed with how good you are at all this stuff. Kind of blew me
Thank you so
away.
much, Chris. Thank you so much, Chad. I really appreciate it. Coming from you, this means a lot. From all of you, by the way.
Like I said, I just dabble in this stuff. Like I haven't been as diligent in learning it as I wish I had been able to. But like I said, I learned a lot here, so
Hmm.
thank you.
You're most welcome.
I do have
Okay,
one other
well,
question. Um,
go ahead.
are we going to get a link to the training materials so that I can go over them myself? Like if I want to
No,
practice.
sure. Tomorrow I'll be preparing a drive link kind of something, which will be having all the additional study material and the training material for CEH. You'll be getting that. And for the lab access, your training provider, your program manager, basically, he will be able to assist you with it. I think they have bought all the lab access for you guys. So I think they will be sharing it with you on your emails, your respective email addresses.
Okay.
I've shown you how to redeem it. It's very simple. You just have to like fill in the form and all the guide and all the whole step is given in your mail itself. They shared all the steps with you, so that's pretty much it.
Well, like I said, I just want to be able to access it uh, uh, independently at some point. That's all.
Yeah, you will be, don't worry, you will be having it for like next 6 months. The lab will be having a validity of 6 months. Rest all the material will be like forever with you until you delete them by yourself,
Excellent, excellent.
and
That's
I
good
hope
to
you
know.
will not be
Thank you.
doing it. Yeah, I have study material worth almost 2.5 terabyte, so there's a lot of things, but I'll see what the maximum that I can share.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Hmm. No problem. Well, on that note, I think we can conclude to today's end of session. It was good enough. We covered a lot of topics, a lot of things for you to revise. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Till then, please stay safe, stay hydrated, and take care of yourself.
And you too as well, sir. Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Cheers. All right. Thank you.